Good morning, everyone. It's August 12th, 2021. I'll call the governing board monthly meeting to order. The first item on the agenda always is the Pledge of Allegiance. Colonel Roman, would you lead us? To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. We've got some board members participating by Zoom. We have Ms. Meads, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Steinley. Can you all confirm you're on?
This is Ms. Meads. I'm here, Chair.
Hi, Cheryl. Charlie, you on? No, Mr. Steinley? Not yet. Thank you. We have one. This meeting, excluding item number 3, the attorney-client closed-door session, is going to be live streamed today. Board members, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you please speak into the mic so the public can hear you. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so they can hear you all the way through. And please try and get as close to the microphone as possible. For those who are joining us by Zoom for the first time, welcome. Here are some things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click on the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and would like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute, and we'll remind you of that later. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on an item. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raised hands on Zoom. And now I think we'll go to item number 3. It's Ms. Anseh.
Morning, Mr. Chair, governing board members. This morning, I request advice from the governing board concerning a litigation matter. The advice I'm requesting will assist in possible settlement negotiations or in strategy related to litigation expenditures. I request advice concerning the litigation in the Blue Goose case, which is agenda item number 3. The session will be recorded by a court reporter this morning, and no portion of it will be off the record. And at the conclusion of the litigation, the transcript will be made part of the district's public record. Also, I've been informed this morning that Mr. Bergeron will not be attending the attorney-client session, and he will be announcing his abstention because his company, Bergeron Land Development, Inc., was selected prior to his appointment on the governing board as a prime contractor for the C-44 Reservoir STA project.
Thank you, Ms. Anseh. The governing board session shall now adjourn to the attorney-client session. The subject matter of the session shall be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation expenditures. In this case, the persons attending the attorney-client session are governing board members, myself, Mr. Goss, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Butler, Ms. Thurlow-Lipich, Ms. Roman, Executive Director Drew Bartlett, General Counsel Carolyn Anseh, District Attorneys Judith Levine and Robert Glass, Outside Counsel Brian Kerwin of Kerwin Norris, PA, and a court reporter. The session is expected to last about 90 minutes, and we're going to adjourn for now. Thank you.
Mike Test, Rosie, this is Jay Steinley.
There you go. You're unmuted. You're good.
Good morning, Mr. Steinley. How are you? Can we do a mic check?
This is Jay. Can you hear me?
You sound so clear. How do we sound?
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Meads. Can we do a mic check with you again?
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. The attorney-client session has concluded. The governing board meeting is now resumed. In the session, we discussed settlement negotiations and/or strategy related to litigation and expenditures. Based upon our discussion during the attorney-client session, the governing board will consider action, if any, for agenda item 3, the Blue Goose case. Ms. Anseh?
Mr. Chair, no action is requested at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Anseh. We'll now move to item number 4, employee recognitions. And let's see, I think we've got Mr. Steinley and Ms. Meads on the phone. I just want to check they're on Zoom. Are you guys there?
Mr. Chairman, this is Cheryl Meads. I'm here. Thank you.
Great.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Jay Steinley.
Hey, welcome, Jay. Drew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time for the cool part of the agenda, right? So, employee recognitions. It is my pleasure to recognize the August 2021 Employee of the Month. Her name is Jennifer Barnes. She's the lead hydrologic modeler for the Hydrology and Hydraulics Bureau. Now, I think we come down for pictures at some point, but let me just talk about Jennifer while they're making their way down. So you may remember Jennifer because she was at the LOSUM workshop. She was at the end of the table. She was our modeler to talk about, LOSUM modeling. And the reason she was at the table is because as we were working up to our July board meeting and that workshop, staff are looking at optimization, looking at possibilities for optimization, and using Jennifer exclusively, almost exclusively on modeling runs. And this Jennifer, John, me, we're like, Jennifer, what if we do this? Can you run that model? And she would turn it around. What if we do this? Can you run that model? And she would turn it around. Day, night, weekends, a constant barrage of executive input to Jennifer, turning around these kinds of things to really help us understand what was possible in optimization, what was possible in the LOSUM process. And she bore that burden with grace and enthusiasm. And it was just a wonderful opportunity for me to get to know Jennifer. But she's just well-earned, well-deserved Employee of the Month. And she really put you and us in a great position to really think about LOSUM. So thank you, Jennifer. Well-deserved August Employee of the Month. All right. Let's talk about our August 2021 Team of the Month. And this is the Prescribed Burn team from our Real Estate and Land Management section. This crowd right here. We just took a picture outside with them. And they are James Blush, Joe Bazzo, Hal Camp, Gene Caldwell, Joey Conroy, Marshall Davis, Marie DeSorsis, Michael Douglas, James Elmore, Tiffany Howard, Jason Huckabee, Jim Lang, Kristen Mason, Vince Matera, James Mizell, Justin Nolte, Alex Onisco, Thaddeus Penfield, Manny Porras, Ayunga Riddick, Jim Schutte, Randy Solano, Jonathan Spooner, Christina Stilianos, Andrew West, TJ Wilkerson, and Kim Willis. Why so many? So we've got 1 million acres that we care for, and prescribed burns are an extremely, extremely important tool to make sure that our landscape is right. It mimics nature. Florida's had, burns just through lightning strikes throughout its history. It's what nature expects. If you've ever seen landscape that isn't, managed using prescribed burn compared to those that are, it's a world apart. It is so good for our nature, it's for our wildlife, and these folks do it well. And you guys challenged them this year. So there, in our strategic plan, it used to say you need to do at least 16,000 acres per year of prescribed burn. We upped that to 20 grand, 20,000 acres per year for prescribed burn. And they said, okay, you know, and I will tell you, in February, I was a little worried. I was looking at the numbers, but they said, don't worry, boss, we got this. And now they haven't finished yet. The year's not over, but they're at 28,000 acres burned for, that's just incredible land management for this thing. You guys stop it. But I know Chauncey, you have personal experience with prescribed fire. I've been through the training. I know that it is a precise and nimble operation. You've got to be ready when the conditions are ready, and you got to go when the conditions go. And the preparation is extensive, particularly in areas that the district owns, where it's near neighborhoods and near population centers. And these folks do it obviously very well. And also, it's tough. You know, it's often over 90 degrees here, and you're standing next to fire and PPE. It's not the safest conditions, but they take safety very seriously. It's a fantastic team we have at the district. You know how proud we are with our land management, and these folks are part of that reason. So August Team of the Month, thank you so much. Thanks for the picture. All right, we have a service award. Get to it. So it's a 30-year service award for Tony Tubaville. She's a business management analyst and senior staff in the Okeechobee Field Station. Tony, are you here? There she is. Come on up. So Tony has been with us for 30 years. She joined us in 1991, going to the Okeechobee Field Station just as an administrative assistant. But Tony is not shy about taking on new duties. She is now does human resources work. She does work just in the whole business process of not only our Okeechobee Field Station, but she dabbles in the other field stations as well. And so she's been with us for a lot of time. And you know how important our field stations are to us. I mean, that's kind of the backbone of our operations. And when we think of field stations, we often think of tractors and trucks and moving dirt and all those kind of things. But let me tell you, that wouldn't work without folks like Tony back at the office, making sure that everyone's prepared, everyone's got what they need, and it's all going fine. And so we're just so fortunate, Tony, to have you for these 30 years. And on the personal note, I will say that she has 5 grandchildren, which is just cool. I'm looking forward to my grandchildren, but I don't see that on the horizon anytime soon. But it is a wonderful thing to have you here with us, and thank you for your service. So while I have your attention and you're down here, I wanted to, you know that we work with the Corps of Engineers day in and day out. And, you know, the thing that's most maddening for many of us, but is something that we've all gotten used to, is the rotation of colonels at the Corps of Engineer Jacksonville District, because after those 3 years, we've developed such a relationship and such a bond with colonels. And you guys know better than me, well, maybe not. I know better than you how dedicated and engaged Colonel Andrew Kelly has been with us, with our public, ever since he's been at the Jacksonville District. He is an absolute delight to work with. Every board meeting, I'm on the phone with him before the board meeting, making sure our notes are compared, and he answers the phone whenever I need it. He comes down, he engages your communities. He's always there on the front line. And quite frankly, I think he makes really good decisions. He has really put South Florida in a great spot for the future and building projects, operations, so forth. And, you know, we have Zoom meetings, and he'll put in the Zoom meeting the fun Drew, because I'm the other Drew, and I can't come up with a retort yet, so you'll need to help me on that. But you know, he is a fun guy, and we really appreciate him. And I'd like to bring him up to take a picture with the board and present him with the executive director's coin. Come on up, Colonel Kelly.
Well, thanks very much, Drew, and congratulations to everyone for their awards, for their service. And Colonel Kelly, thank you so much. You make the Corps look good every day. I appreciate it. We're going to go to item number 5 now, agenda revisions. Rosie, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We'll go to item number 6, abstentions by board members. I'll poll the board and I'll start with Mr. Butler.
I have no abstentions.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
No, sir.
Colonel Roman.
None.
I have none.
None.
Mr. Olypich. Mr. Steinle.
I have none.
Thank you, Ms. Meads.
None.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
I have one. I'm abstaining from participating in the voting on actions stemming from item 3, attorney-client closed-door session. My company, Bergeron Land Development, Inc., was selected prior to my appointment as the prime contractor for the C-44 Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Area project.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. And Ms. Martinez, I'm assuming it's still not on, but I'll give him a chance. Okay. Item number 7, we'll look at the approval of the minutes of the July 15th meeting. Are there any board members who want to make any changes or deletions to the minutes of the July 15th meeting? Hearing none, does anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve,
I'll
Mr. Chair.
second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a discussion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner,
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Lippitt.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mr. Steinle,
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. We'll move on now to the executive director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a fairly brief report today. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the excitement that we all have with the finishing 6 months ahead of schedule of the Old Tamiami Trail Removal Project. Thanks for those of you who were able to attend that. And it was really a nice thing to see, see water instead of road. So we had that. I did spend the day at the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission presenting the Python Awards. After that very successful event, it was a record-setting event for the removal of pythons. Chauncey, you were there. I really appreciate your attending, and Ms. Roman was also in attendance as well. So thanks for that. And then yesterday, the Water Management District, in our efforts to help the Pahokee Marina deal with their algae crisis from beginning to end, we were presented with the key to the city for the city of Pahokee. And I thought I would pass that around to you. It was a very nice event for y'all to look at. We will be displaying it in the district. That the response at Pahokee, a lot of staff participated in that. It was the field stations, the scientific staff, the land management staff, just a lot of folks really, stood up and gave that extra effort to really help them out, and they absolutely appreciated it for us. So let's talk about the subject du jour, LOSUM. I'll just give you a quick update on LOSUM. Obviously, we have talked about it at our last board meeting and the direction we think iteration 3 should go. Presented that information to the Corps, and the Corps did kick off their optimization process on Monday with a presentation to the public. And what I would like to do is show you the sort of the bottom line slide that the Corps presented and talk about how it relates to the district's mission and our perspective on iteration 3 and optimization. So of course, they started with CC as the foundation for the preferred alternative, but they also presented sort of the goals for iteration 3. And these 7 bullets are their goals. First of all, recognizing the Seminole Tribe of Florida as a separate and distinct water supply user. They do have trust responsibilities for tribal nations. And so as part of their optimization, they are recognizing the Seminole Tribe as distinct. That is not too dissimilar to the Water Management District in that we do have a compact with the Seminole Tribe at the state level for which we implement the entitlement, if you will, for the Seminole Tribe of Florida for water supply. So while we have water supply users all around the lake, the Seminole Tribe is the only one with an entitlement. And so that is something that certainly we look at when we look at LOSUM and need to implement. The next factor is reducing stress to the Caloosahatchee River and estuary. Something that obviously the board championed. Reducing harmful discharges was very much a goal of this board. And so the Corps also acknowledged the need to, goal for optimizing CC is to reduce the stressful events that the Caloosahatchee had in the baseline of CC. The next one is helping lake ecology by addressing the duration number of events above. Oh, before I move off of Caloosahatchee River. So when we were looking at our optimization, we were looking at figuring out how to send water south, of course, how to hold water in the lake, how to avoid those stressful discharges. One of the things the Corps talked about that is different from what we did was looking at raising the zone A line. So you could actually hold more water in the lake at certain times. And that is really pulled from AA. AA had a higher zone A line. So that is something they will be looking at that is different from what we looked at, is seeing how much they could hold water in the lake. And then that relates to the next one, which is addressing duration and number of events for being over 17 feet. This is something that we acknowledged as a challenge when optimizing CC. So this is similar to what we termed a recovery mode. And how, we need to have the tools in LOSUM to be able to address those kind of circumstances for lake ecology. They talked about being good or better than alternative CC for water supply for the Lake Okeechobee service area and the lower East Coast service area. That was something we also looked at, and we were able to make adjustments in the CC to improve water supply performance. So that's something they will continue to look at to optimize. Adding flexibility to the lower portions of the schedule. And that is similar to sending more water south. So at the lower portions of the schedule, that is where we looked at delivering water to the Everglades and the environment all the way through what is in CC is termed zone F, which is basically below 13 feet. And so that is something that we acknowledge is a special place in the regulation schedule where we do have more expectations as a water management district. That we have a lake MFL, we have a Caloosahatchee MFL, we have Everglades MFLs. We do have water supply planning expectations, and we do have a role in that lower portion below 13 feet. And so we are also interested in having more influence and direction and possibly deference in that lower portion of the schedule so that, we can help with those decisions because of our state level expectations. So that flexibility, I think, would be important to us as well. Also being able to, be able to deliver water to the water supply and the environment in those lower portions, which kind of equates to avoiding discharges, sending more water south, which of course is the next bullet. And then the last thing that they talked about was addressing algae, which was front and center in our recommendations as well. And so that is something that we're glad they're looking at on how to prevent algae getting delivered to the other communities around the lake. So that's their goals for optimization. They will do a lot of work through the month of August into September, looking at how those goals could be implemented. And, so we'll have our modeling crews or our scientific crews there to assist as necessary. As you go into the next to finalizing iteration 3, I do believe we've done a lot of modeling and we've seen what's possible, but you need to really also think about what actually lands in the manual because we model over the past 51 years, but we'll have different circumstances in the next 51 years, most certainly. And so as we move into this iteration, looking at what gets put on the paper in the manual will become more and more important. At which zones are we doing harmful discharges? Is it A, probably, most likely, B, yes. Is it C? Is it D? Where do harmful discharges begin? Obviously, as Jennifer and I talked about last time, no harmful discharges is the preferable place to be, right? So that when you see it come out, when you see schedules start to come out, that's what you look for. Where's the decision criteria? And is the appropriate flexibility there to avoid harmful discharges, to avoid the water supply the water shortage management ban? Are the tools there in the manual? We can see the modeling, but let's look at the manual going forward and making sure that those tools and those things are all there so that water managers for the next 8 years until we have more storage online and we're doing another manual, have the tools they need to make the right decisions for the lake. So that's where I would certainly, us and staff are looking at, and we'll certainly be engaging board members in the Corps as this unfolds going forward. That's all I have on LOSUM. I don't know if you have any questions for me or any discussion items. I know Colonel Kelly is here and I want to turn it over to him at some point as well. And he can also answer questions on LOSUM if you have any at this time.
Thanks. Does any board member have any questions on LOSUM? Mr. Olepich?
Thank you so much. And perhaps this is for the Army Corps more than
Sure.
the district. So I know we have the really helpful charts and everything, but can you just kind of talk through will the next step be forming another PDT? Will the next step be forming those subcommittees? I'm sure I'm misspeaking certain terms. When will there be, I got used to anyway, like the charts, like AA, BB, CC. When will there be another chart, or will that not come until they actually do the modeling and write the manual? Would you just please narratively kind of talk through how we can all get involved from here on out?
Yes, ma'am. And thank you so much. And Drew alluded very specifically to how we write the manual, right? So we're kind of at the point where we're working our way from the performance and the modeling data into actually putting words on paper. And so we're kind of right in the middle of that transition period. And so for the next about month, we're going to go through kind of what the goals that I've set for my team and to do the modeling and get the performance right. We will re-engage with the existing kind of PDT structure that we have to deliver that information, to receive feedback. So that will continue. At the same time, we're going to ask the PDT members to form what we're calling an operational guidance group. And so that group is going to help us put the words on the paper. And so 2 things we know right now is we're going to address algae in operational guidance. The when, where, and how we should consider algae when we make day-to-day release decisions. So that group is going to start. That's going to be a smaller group. I don't think we're going to call them a sub-team. We haven't made up a name for them yet. Yeah,
Sorry to
yes,
interrupt you,
ma'am.
but just to qualify, and those people will be PDT members.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And so we've already got that. We're going to form that team to help us start working on that. We already talked about a little bit about a recovery, right? And so we know there's going to be a recovery kind of thing in the words. And so that's going to get started. And then the operational guidance group, that larger entity is most likely going to have good ideas that we could also add into operational guidance. So we know 2 to start with, so we're going to get started with that, but we think there's probably more, and that will be the overarching group that will carry through for about the next year and a half, helping guide us and helping work with us to actually write the manual. And so we know we've got about a year and a half to go. There's going to be a big group, and then there's going to be small technical teams that'll kind of come back to the big group to keep everyone engaged and allow kind of that transparent and coordinated process that we kept going. So we will start probably in the next couple of weeks. We're gonna start with a training session that says, here is an operational manual. Here are the words that are important. Here's how we build one. So we'll educate that broad team, and then we'll start to get to work. And so we'll start that education process in August, and then that team will kind of get really engaged in September. At the same time, we kind of get the modeling results back so we can put those 2 together and then get to writing. Does that make sense, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. And so the next time that everyone will see a chart like AA, BB, CC, DD will be when, like a year and a half, a year?
No, ma'am. We'll be back in probably the end of August, maybe the middle of September, somewhere in that time frame. And so what we're trying to do right now is make sure we can come back with enough information, but not final information to the big group. And so
Okay.
we've got to let the team, pull some of the knobs and levers, figure out where we can go. And then we've got to come back and say, okay, here's what the data showed us based on those objectives. Here's what the data showed us. And here's where we think we're making some more of those minor trade-off decisions. And we'll come back to the team with all the fancy charts to show that in the next few weeks before the middle
Wow,
of September.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for the Colonel? I have one, this may be obvious and maybe I'm just missing it, but when exactly does Lotham replace floors 08?
It will be as soon as the Herbert Hoover dike repair is done. So we anticipating being able to start with LOSOM, the 1st of January, 2023, December 2022, somewhere in that time.
Okay.
We expect the decision to be made, the final decision after the NEPA process is done. We expect that to be about Thanksgiving of 2022. And then we'll be prepared as soon as we can safely turn on the new manual, as soon as we're substantially complete with Herbert Hoover dike rehabilitation.
So you're looking at calendar year 22, 23.
Yes, sir. End of 2022, perhaps like 1 January 2023, but
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Colonel.
All right, Mr. Chair, don't go anywhere, Colonel Kelly, because we have a special guest, 2 special guests, really, Colonel Kelly being the first. But I'd like to turn it over to Colonel Kelly for introducing the new colonel. That'd be great.
yeah. So first of all, I'm going to take 1 minute, really quick 1 minute. So, been an absolute pleasure, been an absolute honor to come to these events and to work with each of you individually at various places across Florida. I can tell you, I have never seen a greater partnership, and it is touted that way in many places in DC, and we are held as kind of a model for partnership kind of in the Corps of Engineers. And so the partnership we have with this district, with you all, is recognized well beyond South Florida. So I can't express how thankful I am to have been a part of it for a few years, and just appreciate the coordination and dialogue. We are tough, we are frank, we are criticizers of each other, but it works, and it works in a way that gets us better every day. And so, so just thanks for that. But, gotten a lot in the last little bit, about transitions, right? So the Army does transitions. We're doing one right now. And people sometimes come and ask, how do you do it? And are we sure the next transition is going to work and everything? And first and foremost, right, I get to stand here and talk about what we do, but the Jacksonville team is solid. My team is phenomenal. And they are continually carrying the ball, even though a lot of times I get to stand on the microphone. But we have today Colonel James Booth. He is my successor. He will take over on the 9th of September when I actually give him a flag. And that's our ceremony. But what I can tell you, so he's been on the ground with me for the last 3 or 4 days, and we didn't go to the office. We came down to South Florida. So his first 3 to 4 days of experience is in South Florida. He has been out in the community. He has been meeting the stakeholders. He's been talking to the public. And so his first imprint is on South Florida. And then the second thing I can tell you is he brings a wealth of experience. He brings a wealth of experience, not only from a leadership perspective with the Army, he brings a wealth of experience with the Corps of Engineers. So he is well-versed. He has previous command in the Corps of Engineers. He has previous deputy command in the Corps of Engineers. He worked with the Chief of Engineers for a year, so he has seen it at the national, at the regional, and at the local level. And so there is nobody that is better prepared to come into this position and continue supporting the Jacksonville team as we move forward, and completely confident that he will take it to a better place. And we are in tremendously good hands. So I'd like to just introduce and let you say a couple words, Colonel.
Thank you, Colonel Kelly. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. Colonel Kelly, thank you for the kind introduction. So I am Colonel Jamie Booth. I am a Florida boy, so born and raised in Keystone Heights, Florida. For those of you who are not familiar with that portion of Florida, kind of square in a triangle between Stark, Palatka, and Gainesville area. And I've been away for about 24 years, and my family and I are very happy to be back in our old stomping grounds. My last assignment was in Afghanistan, and came back, took about a month of leave, and then looking forward to spending the next month, which is a pretty good amount of time for transition, alongside the Jacksonville district members, Colonel Kelly, getting up to speed on the systems throughout Florida, and also South Florida, particularly with the district, getting forward to learning the leadership and all the stakeholders down here. So thank you very much for having me. Looking forward to the next month, but also the next 3 years. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Chair, you may have heard the date September 9th as the transition ceremony. Unfortunately, that is our next board meeting day.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so I don't know what these transition ceremonies are big events, right? So I'm not sure what the board's willingness would be to adjust the date of that meeting so that anyone who wants to go from the board can go to it, or we as staff could go to it.
Would we be invited?
Yes.
I'm not going to presume anything. Drew. You need the invite first.
Well, maybe not all of you.
Yeah, no. I am fine. Do you want to move a day earlier?
Now that I turn to Sean, who has to do all the logistics.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly amenable to that. I can't do it on the 10th, but any other day.
Gotcha. Okay.
We won't have to schedule in public. We'll do that
All right.
later.
Sean will coordinate.
Great.
Thank you. That's all I have today.
Great.
Mr.
Well,
Chair.
that's a lot. Thank you very much. And Colonel Booth, welcome. And we're really looking forward to working with you, Colonel Kelly. Thank you for everything. Let's see, general public comment, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I have Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Sorry for not getting up here quicker. This vertigo is interesting. Welcome, Colonel. You'll probably see some of us pretty often the next few years. And I want to say that this morning we have two sets of heroes. My favorite people in the whole district are the burn people, because you cannot burn our 1,000,000 acres or whether we have enough in Florida, as you know. And thank God they're here burning for us. If you ever go out to Dupree and you want to see what the burn will do for a piece of property, go out there and look at it. It's beautiful. I mean, there's cultured parks and cities that cannot be compared to the wonders of Dupree. So you want to do that. They were my heroes, and these guys are my heroes. And as I told the Colonel this morning, it's like a play. We all come and go here in this process of over 20 years of restoring this beautiful Everglades and the property north and all around it. But we're about to destroy, or potentially destroy, the heart of the Everglades, and that's Lake Okeechobee. Now, I heard the number today, 17 feet. The lake starts being damaged at 15 feet, the vegetation, which of course is what cleans the lake and what keeps the lake from turning into a mud hole. Levee to levee, dike to dike, muddy water. You've all seen reservoirs. There's one called Arca Butler, just south of Memphis, where I grew up. Levee to levee, dike to dike, mud hole. All the water flowing out of it down the, used to be creeks, green, fish, muddy water. So if you run this lake to 17 feet, it takes 5 years to recover. Irma, how many years ago was Irma? 2, 3 years ago? You go out the lake today, it has 20, 30% of the vegetation it had before Irma, after all these years. Can you imagine running the lake up to 17 feet? Every time we have a storm like the one's coming, you never really got tested too bad. I think this poor fella here is getting to get it. And these people haven't been tested yet. None of them. We stood here back 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, and watched this place destroyed one time after the other. The lake destroyed, the marshes destroyed, everything destroyed. And we had the old Lake Okeechobee rack with Susan Gray, God bless her. And we worked for years trying to get that lake back. And then we had another storm come along and the lake went over 17 feet. Don't forget, the heart of the Everglades is Lake Okeechobee. We destroy that lake, the estuaries, sending the water south, everything else means absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. You know, I typically align myself with Newton in a lot of my commentary because he and I have shared a lot of the same history. We were all sitting on the same rack when Irma came through. We saw what happened, how long it took, all of those things. So today's a little bit rare because I'm going to disagree with Newton and say, you have been tested in this LOSM process. I appreciate what you said about being frank and holding each other accountable. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, I'm not quoting you directly. We also, as stakeholders, do that, and I know that. In this process, I know it's uncomfortable because we can't solve all our problems. We cannot stop the discharges. And Miss Jackie there knows as much as anybody how much I want to stop the discharges. But we can't do that with just a LOSM. And yes, Lake Okeechobee is the heart of this, and we have to protect the lake. And I do also feel that the lake itself has not been looked at enough in this LOSM process. There's also a lot of concern that sending more water south when we don't have enough of the infrastructure in place still to do so is going to threaten the central Everglades that we are trying to save. Later on in today's presentation, you're going to have an update on where we are with restoration strategies and several of the projects. The stormwater treatment areas are in bad shape. I know we've been through some rehab, but if you look at the numbers we're getting out of the stormwater treatment areas, they're not the same kind of numbers we were getting pre-Irma. My concern is as we try to stop the discharges and balance this LUSM schedule and figure out how we move water out of the lake, in a goal of sending more water south, I don't want to see us overlooking how much money, how much time, how much litigation, how much legal, authority we have to send water south, depending on how that balances with those stormwater treatment areas. And also, we cannot continue to drown out those tree islands. It's a very serious problem there too. So just keep all those things in mind as we look at LOSUM. Thank you so much for your work. I know I've tested you. I look forward to getting to know you, and welcome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Michael Collins.
Morning. So long as we're talking about lake schedule, I'm not going to go into having been part of the process, the exhaustive, if not exhausting process the Corps has let us engage in, other than to say that I have a large number of concerns that mainly focus around really not knowing how the weighting of the things that the Corps says it's going to take into account are going to take place. I guess we'll find out when they actually operate it. I got another issue, though, that relates to this board. And there's been a discussion at times, and I'm having a little trouble figuring out where it's wound up, about eliminating Zone F from the lake schedule. And I've got a huge problem with that. And it relates to the fact that this board is supposed to just make the decisions when you're in water shortage on how you manage it. There is a long and storied history of this board getting that right. I've got a lot of faith that this board, regardless of how it's constituted, is going to continue to get it right. But you can't get it right if you don't have that authority anymore. So I would suggest and respectfully request that any discussion that takes place involving Zone F, that this board defend the sovereign right of the state of Florida to allocate that water. Okay, it needs to be the citizens of the state who you represent, who you are, making a decision on how you're going to proceed when the water gets short. And it's impacts far beyond those of us that show up here every month and tell you, well, we're concerned. There's a whole other crowd out there. You all haven't been through a water shortage. You have not seen a real drought. You're going to be amazed who comes out of the woodwork. The impacts are widespread. They need to be very, very finely tuned. And they have been in the past. The staff here has done a great job over the last 70 years or so of allocating the impacts and the benefits equally, because it changes from time to time. And putting it in one statute that's part of a management plan that's going to get reviewed 10 years from now leaves the possibility open of those impacts being unfairly allocated, of those impacts being considerable in places that the board wouldn't have sent them. So I would suggest very strongly that you urge your staff and that you all engage in any conversations that even hint at changing Zone F or removing it from the authority of the state of Florida, guys. Very, very important issue, and I'm looking forward to you guys engaging on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Switching to the virtual public comments, I have Addison Testoff and board members. Mr. Testoff provided e-comment in advance of the meetings and his letters in your folders. Mr. Testoff, you're recognized to speak.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We hear you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to speak on a ongoing research project studying blue-green algae at the University of Miami. So my name is Addison Testoff. I'm a research associate at the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, Department of Public Health Sciences. And I co-lead a research project called Dispel to HABs, which stands for Diversity and Innovation in Screening and Prevention of Exposure over the Long-Term Dispel to Harmful Algal Blooms. In 2019, the Florida Department of Health, through a competitive grant application process, was awarded research funds to establish a cohort of Florida workers, Florida residents, and visitors. Through the Dispel to HABs cohort study, We have two main objectives. One is to evaluate communities, occupations, and/or behaviors that may disproportionately expose people to blue-green algae. And two, establish a biomonitoring protocol to examine adverse human health effects via toxin exposure routes such as dermal contact or the possible inhalable aerosolized toxins. As you know, blue-green algae, also known as cyanobacteria, appears as blue-green scum when on the surface of the water and is pervasive in freshwater habitats throughout South Florida, specifically Lake Okeechobee, the St. Lucie River, and the Caloosahatchee River. Some species of blue-green algae can produce toxins that can be classified as dermatoxins, neurotoxins, and or hepatotoxins or liver toxins. The toxin that we are specifically looking at is called microcystin. In order to investigate the health risks associated with microcystin exposure, we have designed a citizen science project to enroll residents, workers, and visitors. Participants who are enrolled in the study experience an initial baseline assessment and periodic follow-ups to characterize and document their exposures to cyanobacteria and their toxins. At baseline, we address all participant questions and concerns. They enroll through a remote or in-person consenting process. They complete a baseline survey to capture information about their sociodemographic and work characteristics, their health status, and types of exposure to blue-green algae. At baseline, we also invite participants to self-administer pulmonary function tests, collect water samples from their residence or recreational or work areas, and we do nasal swabbing. We are seeking a partner to collaborate. We are seeking to partner and collaborate with organizations that can help us identify potential study participants, as well as help us in disseminating the findings of the cohort study. We seek your input on how best to drive the scientific agenda on research examining the long-term human health consequences of exposure to blue-green algae. As you guys had mentioned, I did provide written comment that also includes a study flyer, as well as contact information for the team for those interested in hearing more about the study. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testoff. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any additional raised hands.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you all for your comments. We'll go to board comment now. Ben, we'll start down there with you.
Spit my candy out.
I'm sorry.
Started crunching on it. I didn't realize we were to this point. One of them chewy candies. I'm there. All right. We'll begin with, I know Lawrence is going to talk about it here in a little bit, but Drew mentioned it, but one of the highlights for me in the last month has been the ribbon cutting, the Kissimmee River restoration. And that's been a long time coming. There was not a happier kid than Lawrence Glenn. And Jackie's picture, I don't know if it's Jackie's picture or the district picture of him standing on the front of the airboat talking to the airboaters. Just you know, he was a kid in a candy store. To see that come to fruition, that was a great event. It's an event that's been on my mind since I've been on the board. Been looking forward to it, and it's great to see that to come to completion. So, and I was honored to get to be a part of it, and that was neat. Colonel Kelly, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service to South Florida and service to Jacksonville District. Colonel Booth, good luck. We're expecting a lot out of you. You've got a lot to live up and expect a few more gray hairs. Colonel Kelly has a few more than when he started. So expect it to come. But Drew mentioned the Pahokee event yesterday at Pahokee Marina. I want to say thank you to the Pahokee Council, Mayor Pahokee. Thank you for allowing the district to help show our expertise and help to solve that issue there at the marina. And it's allowed us to continue some ongoing research. I know I got to talk to some of the staff yesterday, and there's some good research that they're able to conduct there. So that's been a great deal. With that, I also just a few more thank yous. I stopped by S5A pump station on the way back yesterday. If you haven't been in there and seen those big inline 20 cylinder engines, 6 of them in the row being rehabbed, 70 years old, and we're sending them off to get rehabbed. That is it's pretty impressive to look at. But I appreciate the staff on short notice helping me take me on a little tour to walk through that. With that, that's about all I have for my comment today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Vice Chair Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to recognize Jennifer Barnes and the modeling people here at the district. I know everybody's been extremely engaged with LOSUM and how important that's been to our stakeholders and our partnership with the Corps and everybody working in collaboration with one another. But during the process, I was talking to Mr. Mitnick over here about modeling and tweaking and how can we optimize, and what about water supply issues, and what about the sending more water south, and how do we deal with the estuaries and whatnot. And the answer I got was, well, when we run the modeling machine, it takes like 15 minutes for it to run, but to get to where you are before you push the button to run it, it takes like half a day, to maybe even a full day. And so I know for sure that these people here at the district were putting in, really burning the midnight oil to try to do the best we could to show how these things could be optimized. And just by showing that, I think we gave a lot of comfort and transparency to a lot of people who are stakeholders in the public who are concerned about where this thing ultimately ends up. And I just wanted to re-recognize Jennifer and everybody who is part of that, because I think sometimes people think, oh, you just run the models, like, oh, just push the button, and that's not exactly the way it works. It is extremely hard work, and I think it was worth me noting again. So that was something I thought needed to be expressed, and I'm certainly extremely thankful and grateful that we have got people who find this work meaningful and continue to do it on a day-to-day basis. Also wanted to say thank you. It's been a pleasure, Colonel Kelly, getting to know you and working with you. Like you said, I think it's kind of everybody's working towards a goal together, and we're all on the same team. And sometimes when you're in training camp with one another, you kind of, you're saying things to your other teammate and they're saying, and we're pushing each other, which is productive, right? I mean, you want somebody who's not telling you how great, everything is, and the other way, and two-way street. And to me, that's how the diamonds are made, under these type of pressure and people pushing each other to get better. And I was always a little bit skeptical about coming into a public role because I had all these preconceived notions about a lot of these governmental agencies, but it has been a total pleasure, really, to work with you. I'm looking forward to working with Colonel Booth. It may not be Afghanistan, but it's a different kind of war zone here. And, I'm really looking to get to, I'm sure we're going to all hit the ground running. The transition is going to be hopefully seamless and everybody's will be in place. But Colonel Kelly, man, it's really been great. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Colonel Rowan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off by echoing Scott's comments about Colonel Kelly. I think that we've all experienced the momentum when partnerships work well together, and we're out there with ribbon cuttings, completion of construction, completion of the removal of the Tamiami Trail. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because of a good partnership and a great working relationship. So Colonel Kelly, thank you for your part in making sure that happens. I attended the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting. They were meeting in Bonita Springs, so it was close by. And one of the reasons that I attended that meeting was because the stakeholders had reached out to me because of the panther presentation. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife is completing a 5-year review of the panther population, and they gave some preliminary results, but that report is not yet out. And one of the things that I would just like to flag, and it's probably a flag for the Corps of Engineers, but also for us to keep an eye out for, is these wildlife corridors. I think that they're going to be more and more important as we start trying to adjust locations of panther populations here in South Florida. And so our projects should at least address that, whether or not a corridor is installed or not. That's not what I'm trying to highlight here, but it should be at least assessed. And I say that because, as you know, the Picayune Strand Restoration Project was primary panther habitat. It was the mitigation credits for all of SERP. And yet we missed that wildlife corridor to be installed under 41. And that's nobody's fault. You know, maybe we weren't looking at it then. The population could have been different. The telemetry wasn't as sophisticated for panthers. You know, there's a lot of reasons here. It's just that we're working on it now to address that with FWC and FDOT, and things are going well. But I think in the future, we have to have an item on the checklist that says, are wildlife corridors necessary in this project? And I'd like to just put that out there. Also, I'd like to give a special thank you to Mr. Noah Hadley from Likes Brothers. I went out to Nicodemus Slough, and I was so encouraged by how our dispersed water management project is working out there, and the wildlife was tremendous. Thousands of swallowtail kites. It was just a once in a lifetime experience. It was an early morning, of course, but it was a once in a lifetime experience. But you know, there was tons of wildlife out there: deer, swallowtail, not swallowtail kites, but snail kites. I saw a male, female, and a juvenile. I mean, there were tons of wildlife out there, and that's because of the hydrology that project provides and the partnership that we have with the private property owner, in this case, the Likes Brothers. So I'm a real fan of these projects, and I think that everyone that I visit, you know, reinforces the fact that they provide a necessary habitat for a lot of the ecosystem restoration that we're trying to accomplish. So hats off to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Mr. Olovich.
Thank you. The Kissimmee River ribbon cutting was an incredible event. And I have to say, I felt a little guilty, you know, cutting that ribbon because I didn't do that much work. I know there were people like Timer Powers and Johnny Jones and others that were from my area who basically laid down their lives for that project. And I just want to say that their spirits were there that day, and that it was, I felt very privileged to cut that ribbon for a little bit for me and a lot for them. Colonel Kelly, you will be missed. I hope that you'll come on vacation down here sometimes, and that we can have a drink. We really appreciate everything. You have been a wonderful colonel, a good communicator, a good listener, and I thank you very much. Colonel Booth, welcome. I look forward to getting to know you, and I know you'll never forget this time of your life. Boy Scout Island, my husband and I went out in our boat and stayed there for a couple of days overnight. So it was a great opportunity to get out and see the resource. The seagrass was was very exciting. There was quite a bit of macroalgae on top of it, which is kind of gross looking. But there were at least 3 healthy manatees that were eating from the seagrasses in that Boy Scout Island sandbar area there, which was very exciting. Lots of people using the resource with their boats and paddle boards, etc. I talked to Tom Reiner this morning from FWC, and he did tell me that he was meeting with a politician in the northern part of the lagoon today by Titusville, and that yes, indeed, my question was correct, that more manatees have died this year in the past 7 months than ever before on this in this situation and the seagrass situation. So I think it's very important that we protect our seagrasses. And what I had asked Tom was if there was any way to map the seagrasses, or, you know, was there a way so people could look online and know not where to step on it, or not to run a flats boat over it, or not to accidentally hurt it. And his recommendation to me was to talk to Lawrence Glenn. So I think that with seagrass having such an awful time in so much of the Indian River Lagoon, where it's still alive, mostly because the Army Corps did not dump on us this year in the St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon, because toxic algae has been at the gate of S80 for months. That seagrass has been able to come back a little bit. So I think seagrass is habitat protection. And just like Colonel Roman was talking about, you know, the wildlife has to have the habitat. We've also flown over Lake Okeechobee, and it seems to be lighting up. I'm sure Lawrence will talk about that a little bit, but it's been sunnier. And so there's been more visible algae on the lake when you're flying over from Martin County to Lee County. And I want to leave on a positive note. It's all positive, but there is a lot of strain. One of the things that's happening this coming week that I hope I can make it to is the August 18th Bluefield Grove Dispersed Water Management Project. And that is on August 18th, and it's up kind of in the higher parts of St. Lucie County, not too far away from Indian River County. I am holding an article from my mother that is a historic article. She's a historian, and it's 1959. And I just thought I'd read the very last paragraph because it's very telling. The last paragraph says, it's talking about how we need to have reservoirs up in the northern part of the system, north of the North Fork, because they had not made the big, huge reservoir, which would be kind of like, it's the headwaters of the St. John's, which would be kind of by Blue Cypress, just south of Blue Cypress Lake. It says, so Martin County must demand now that the priorities be changed on the project, making the reservoir purchase and construction #1 and the safety valve into the Fort Pierce Harbor #2, which is C-25 canal. Otherwise, we are going to wake up one of these days and find the beautiful St. Lucie, whose South Fork is now a drainage canal for floodwaters of the Kissimmee River Basin, has had its North Fork turned into a drainage canal for the St. Johns River, which historically flowed the other way. Martin County is going to be made the dumping ground for another vast drainage area unrelated to this county unless our congressmen, city commission, state representatives, and other officials demand that this scheme be changed by changing the priorities to do first things first. That first thing first was to put a reservoir in the St. John's Marsh area, so that water wasn't coming through C-25, C-24, and C-23. And this coming August 18th will be the beginning of fixing the problems in this article from 1959 with Bluefield Grove Dispersed Water Management District project. I will try to be there for sure, and I look forward to many more. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Solovich. I'll get around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, you're a hard one to follow. I'm going to move my chair somewhere. But, I want to thank all the awards winners today. Our staff is just unbelievable and so committed. And it's just amazing, and it's an honor to work with our staff. And I want to thank the governor for his leadership and all of these projects that are being completed. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I don't believe it's a train. And I'm very honored to sit with this board. You know, with our responsibility for 9 million people and the journey of water is the life of South Florida. It's the life for the world, really, the most valuable resource on the planet. I do want to recognize the burning team. And, you know, that is so important to a healthy environment. You read about what's going on in California with all these wildfires. You go back 3 decades with Yellowstone that may not recover in certain areas for centuries. So really want to compliment our team. And Colonel Kelly, you are a super leader. We've been in the frying pan together for 3 years. And a lot of things that go on sometimes aren't really recognized because they're things that are happening in the environment where we have to deviate. And I want to say, due to our staff and the Corps staff and the leadership of Colonel Kelly, last year in October, the Central Everglades, we had an emergency deviation where there was 1,500,000 acre feet, a cumulative backup of water. And through that emergency deviation, in 4 months, we were compatible with the environment, the wildlife, the ecology, all our wildlife and all of our endangered species. Without that leadership, an example of 1994, water stayed there at those levels for 2 years and thousands of animals died. And Colonel Roman, you mentioned the panther. When that event happened, we lost nearly 750,000 acres of habitat for the panther. And as you look at radar as an FWC commissioner, all these panthers were forced out of that area and the food wasn't there for them. So as we continue to go forward under Everglades restoration, we can bring that food chain back by moving water south. And I want to thank the board and the Corps and our staff as we continue to look at the barriers. And I know I sound like a broken record. The barriers at the Tamiami Trail that will not back up the cumulative backup of 1,500,000 acre feet. We got to equalize these water levels between the central, the southern, onto Florida Bay, where seagrass quits dying, where we need the water. So as we move forward on these barriers, like the Tamiami Trail, that started a decade ago. A road out there, most people didn't even know it was out there. It was hidden in the sawgrass. A great step forward on moving water south. I look forward to the seepage wall a year from now, where Shark River Slough and the 333 north and south can run year round and equalize water with shared adversity and shared impacts through the global Everglades. And as that water moves south, less water is going east and west. The importance of taking these barriers out is because we've spent $1 billion in infrastructure, 3.6 miles of bridges, new 333 structures. And I am just so excited that one at a time, we're going to keep removing these barriers. And I know we're working with our staff on the L28, another barrier with additional moving water south. So the inflows that are coming from the north will balance with the outflows. And very, very wonderful for our Everglades. And as we move forward here, I want to thank all the stakeholders and especially Newton Cook that's been here for decades, you know, and I really respect every time he stands up here. Lake Okeechobee and Losom. I know we're trying to balance the impacts to our rivers, to the lake, to the global Everglades. I have one other thing that we're working on. Drew and myself, every 2 months, we're on Zoom, and we're working on a blueprint with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on global management, global endangered species management in a global system where the S-12s will take into consideration 70 endangered species and make sure we never alter the environment, alter the natural sheet flow. And the S-12s maybe in the very near future will be able to be open year-round for the benefit of the global Everglades in all of our species. So I'm very honored to sit up here with the board members, and long live the Everglades.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Ms. Meads?
Thank you, Chairman. So I just first wanted to start by telling Colonel Kelly goodbye and good luck in his retirement, and all the best to you, Colonel Kelly. We will miss you so much. We just wish the best for you and your family, and we know that we'll see you again, and I hope that we do get to attend your ceremony. To Colonel Booth, thank you for coming back to us. I want you to know, and I'm sure that you know in your heart, that being part of the restoration of Florida is a wonderful thing to leave to your children and your family, and we're looking forward to working with you. I want to mention quickly that I also was at Marco Island for the environmental permitting summer school recently. And I sat in a session where, and I know she's tired of me talking about it, but I have to do it on camera because the staff deserves more than I can ever say. Jennifer Smith, our chief of staff, recently presented in a session that was just unbelievable. It was a presentation of what has happened in the last 2 years here in the South Florida Water Management District and how far we've come, and raising the Tamiami Trail, getting rid of that roadbed, bringing water south 6 months early. And that's just one story. I sat in the front row and I was so amazed and so proud. And we have a lot of Jennifers. Jennifer Smith, what a wonderful job you did. The entire room wanted to stand and clap. I know we did. So, you know, Governor DeSantis, what a great job that he's done putting together a team and also modifying teams. It's exciting to see the rapid progress that's being made with absolute excellence. It's magnificent. Our staff deserves constant recognition. It's amazing, and the hard work that they put into these accomplishments, I don't think we'll ever understand. So just quickly to call out loud, Drew Bartlett, our executive director, John Micknick, our assistant executive director, Jennifer Smith, chief of staff, Sean Cooley, director of communications and public engagement, Carolyn Ansay, our general counsel, Stephen Collins, division director of real estate, Jill Creech, division director, regulation, John Glenn, Lawrence Glenn, who didn't land on the moon, Lawrence Glenn, division director of water resources, Candy Heater, division director of administrative services, Lisa Kohler, Big Cypress Basin administrator, Jennifer Reynolds, division director of ecosystem restoration and capital projects, Dwayne Piper, division director of information technology, Rich Virgil, division director of field operations, and all of the staff that works for them. You are doing an incredible job. I've seen many things. I've never seen anything like this. Thank you so much for the hard work you do.
Well said, Ms. Meads. Mr. Steinle.
Hi, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can.
Just a few comments from the phone. Want to echo Ben's appreciation to City of Pahokee. And then, we've talked about this, but just again, highlight the terrific job that staff did providing a solution to a problem for which we had a pretty quick answer, and not falling into the unfortunate habit of pointing fingers in terms of responsibilities, budgets, et cetera. So thank you again, staff, and that recognition in terms of a key to the city is well deserved. Lake Worth Lagoon, we talked about in the last meeting. And obviously let me know, please, if this has changed in terms of the optimization process of LOSUM. But again, I want to strongly recognize the importance of the lagoon being recognized as an estuary, as opposed to a flood control outlet, and all of the important benefits and considerations that go along with that. So while I didn't see it specifically in the CC optimization, Drew, that you just showed with the core, I'm assuming it's still in there, and that is clearly a step in the right direction. Although we have a lot of work to do in Palm Beach County around basin management, at least we're on the right path in terms of addressing lake releases to the lagoon. And then finally, I wanted to thank the Corps for what seems to me, and I know they and we get complaints about this all the time, but what seems to be have been a very transparent, open, thoughtful process with LOSUM. Nobody's going to be 100% happy with the result, and I think somebody said when everybody's just a little bit unhappy is when we found the right solution. It seems to me like we're heading that direction, and I'm very comfortable with the optimization that's occurred. And on that line, I wanted to also thank Colonel Kelly and wish him Godspeed for all that he has done to help us here and make this a very successful time working together. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Steinle. You all have said everything I want to say, but I think I have to say it anyway. So I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I think that July and August turned my worldview upside down, because I always used to think of July and August as sort of sleepy months when I sort of reset. And I can tell you, I need new tires. I've never put more miles on my car. I just want to thank every single thing that I have done has been supported. Everything we've done has been supported by an incredible amount of staff work. And starting with that Kissimmee River, that was just an amazing ribbon cutting and such an amazing event for a project. And it shows what a great partnership we have with the Corps and the federal government writ large. It was so nice to be able to see the acting Secretary Pinkham there, Major General Graham there, Miss Espinosa, or Secretary Espinosa, or Assistant Secretary Espinosa, or whatever Shannon's official title is. It was awesome to see her, and her remarks were really well accepted. And Tammy trail raising, again, having the governor there, understand that that's a lot of work, and not for us, we just show up, but for the teams, they finish that 6 months ahead of schedule, and then to be able to have the governor there and have a really nice event, to be able to show that off, and most importantly, to be able to move that water south. Pahokee yesterday was fantastic. It shows what a little ingenuity can do, and if you want to do something, you can. And thank you very much for helping the city out. We didn't have to, and I'm really glad we did, because I think it's the right thing to do, and I think they appreciate it, and it's going to make that situation much better for them. Same thing with pythons. That's just a great successful program that the governor said, let's do this. FWC and us joined up, and it's been great, and being able to help hand out some of those awards to the people who were enjoying the Python challenge was great. I think moving it to this time of year makes a lot of sense. That's when the pythons are out there. So let's go catch them when they're out there and easier to catch. I had a chance to go out in the glades, probably not too far from, well, maybe far from Ron's house, in the Central Glades, with my family. It's the first time they've been out, had a chance to go out in an airboat and see a little bit of it. And that helped me to sort of explain to them why this is all so worthwhile. So it was fun to get them off the coast and into the glades a little bit. The environmental permitting workshop down in Marco was phenomenal. And again, such a testament to the South Florida Water Management District. Everywhere I looked, I saw staff, and not only just sitting there enjoying the presentation, but making the presentations and doing a great job of it. So that continues to make me proud. The workshop yesterday puts a point on the complexity of everything we're doing. It's just, none of this just happens. It takes a lot of work, and that's not lost on us. I can't not finish up without saying something about LOSUM, because that's been sort of front and center for the last couple months. And I just want to thank the Corps again for their process. As Mr. Steinley said, it was transparent, it was open, it was thoughtful, it was the way it needed to be. And I think that you're headed in exactly the right direction. I think the governor gave us direction very clearly. He said, I want to see this thing balanced. The governing board acknowledged that. We want to see it balanced, and I think you're well on the way there. So thank you. And then Colonel Kelly, Godspeed. You've been great to work with. Colonel Booth, we look forward to working with you. And I will stop talking, and we will move on to.
Can I say one other thing, Mr. Chairman?
Of course you may.
I forgot to mention, want to welcome Colonel Booth. Going to be nice to be working with an old Florida cracker. You got to be a country boy if you're raised in the area that you were raised in, but want to offer you free alligator wrestling lessons too, as a gift. But I sincerely look forward to working with you as a team. And we normally negotiate most of these out at Lost River, where there's about 3,000 alligators too. Okay. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Colonel, you do not have to take him up on that. So is there, let's see, board members, you want to move any consent items on consent to discussion? And seeing none, is there any public comment on consent?
I do not have any comment cards or raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Rosie. So I'd like a motion for the consent agendas. That's 13 to 18.
I'll make the motion.
Thank
I'll
you.
second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there more discussion by the board? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner,
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Ms. Solovich.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Meads,
Yes.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously, and we will now go to water conditions report, and John will put me at ease about this hurricane.
All right. Morning, everyone, or
It's morning.
still morning. All
It's
right, good.
No, it's afternoon.
So I'll just dive right into it. So looking back over the last several months and the amount of rainfall that the Water Management District has experienced, you can see coming back from that huge deficit that was the month of May. June didn't quite get all the way up to average rainfall, but July had a little small surplus of rainfall. In fact, for the month of July, we were just slightly above average with that 0.8 of an inch of surplus rain throughout the 16 counties, which puts us overall for the wet season just barely above average and sort of balancing out the deficit in the late start to the wet season that we saw back during the month of May. Looking at the upper chain of lakes, you can see with that increase in rainfall in all of the lakes along the Kissimmee River Basin, as you would expect, the lake levels are starting to rise, getting back up to regulation schedule, both in East Lake Toho as well as Lake Toho. Lake Kissimmee is slightly above its regulation schedule, but it's still within that half a foot buffer zone that is incorporated into the schedule to accommodate for those short-term
periods of time when the lake does go above its schedule. As a result of the additional rainfall that has fallen in the upper basin, we have begun increasing the flows down the river, not only just as a result of that additional rainfall in the upper basin, but also in recognition of the Corps of Engineers completing the construction along the Kissimmee River that we've already discussed in this meeting so far. So those flows have begun increasing, and in Lawrence's presentation, he'll talk to you about how the river is benefiting from those increased flows out onto the floodplain. Or at least I hope he will. So looking a little bit farther south down to Lake Okeechobee, as we typically do, we run that projection every single month, looking at the potential lake levels as we move forward in time based on what the historical data has shown us. You want to cue in on this purple shaded region that roughly represents a 50% chance that as we move forward in time, the lake stage will fall within that zone. Predominantly, as you can appreciate from looking at the graphic, it's right there through the low sub band. And fortunately, Mr. Wagner isn't on the dais to remind me that low is not really low, but that's the designation. So as we move forward in time, that's as we begin to get towards the end of the wet season. This is the reasonable likelihood of what you can expect as far as Lake Okeechobee. As we sit here this morning, it's just slightly above 14 feet. I think it was 14.09 feet as of this morning. And inflows to the lake are on the order of 5,000 cubic feet per second. So I would reasonably anticipate those lake stages to continue to rise over the rest of the month of August. So.
Sorry, John, it's Jay. Can I interrupt quickly?
Certainly.
How are we doing with the naming convention with regard to also LOSUM development to be more descriptive of the bands that we're in? Is that my understanding was going to be considered in LOSUM as well, or is that something else?
No, it is to be considered in LOSUM. So earlier you heard Colonel Kelly talk about putting the words on paper. So I would reasonably anticipate when those words start getting put on the paper, we'll come up with new names for the various zones that we are now referring to as C, D, or F in the various alternatives that have already been produced to date. Right. So looking at the potential for releases to the two estuaries, first starting off with the Caloosahatchee estuary. Again, I'll remind everyone, this is just the model projection. If you did everything exactly the way the model calls for, this is a reasonable likelihood of having discharges over 650 CFS, which is the gray zone. I'm sorry, that's less than 650 CFS is the gray zone to the Caloosahatchee, and above 650 CFS here in this sort of tannish brownish color as we move forward in time. As you saw in the previous graphic, the lake stage is likely to remain well above the base flow zone for the foreseeable future. Similar story for the St. Lucie estuary as you move forward in time, the likelihood of having releases greater than 200 CFS is what this sort of tannish zone represents. Now that doesn't mean that those releases are a foregone conclusion. There's a number of other factors that get considered in making a release decision by the Corps of Engineers, but this is just what the model spits out if you follow the model 100%. So looking at the southern portion of the system, as you can imagine, with the recent rains that we've been experiencing, the southern portion of the system in the Central Everglades has also been filling up. Conservation Area 1 has been rising nicely right along with its regulation schedule as it moves towards the winter pool up here, starting around in the October timeframe. Area 2 had been rising and is above schedule when the Corps of Engineers initiated releases to move water from Area 2 down into Area 3. If I'm not mistaken, those releases are on the order of 2,000 cubic feet per second right now. And that's what you see, the sort of dip in water levels and the mitigation and of the ascension rates within Area 2 to try to get ahead of the curve. As the rainfall has sort of slacked off a little bit in the past week or so in this particular area, you'll see once again those levels starting to rise as we move towards the peak of the regulation schedule. With that water transitioning down through the system from area 2 down into area 3, as you would expect, area 3 is also coming up. We're within a quarter foot of its regulation schedule here. And as a result, the Tamiami flow formula, as that we've talked about in the past, has been increasing. And we are continuing to increase the deliveries out of area 3 into Everglades National Park, both through the 333 structures and into the L29 canal, but also through the S12 structures. Primarily, it's been through S12 C and D, but over the course of the next week or so, then you may see S12s A and B start to open up slightly to initiate some flow, given that it's anticipated to maybe cross above that regulation schedule, such that when we cross above that regulation schedule, the flow formula will just flip to maximum releases out of area 3. From an ecological perspective, you don't want to just open up S12A and B to the maximum releases just from go. You want to initiate some lower level flows in order to inundate the area and get it used to the water before increasing the releases. And that's a weekly conversation that we go through not only with district scientists, but other agencies and their scientists and their experts down in the park as to what the conditions are in the park as they evaluate those conditions on a weekly basis. So jumping ahead and just kind of looking at how water has been moving around the system since the beginning of May. You can see Lake Okeechobee inflows have been roughly 400,000 acre feet. Going off to the east coast, there really hasn't been any water discharge from the C-44 canal, whether it's either basin water or Lake Okeechobee water since the beginning of May. This week, however, I think you heard the indication from the Corps of Engineers that the operations of the C-44 basin will be changing, given that the lake is now above 14 feet. So with the lake being above 14 feet, then the basin water that falls within the C-44 basin will start to be directed through the S-80 structure towards the St. Lucie estuary. So that'll be one change that is occurring this week. As we move forward in time, you'll start to see those flow numbers from C-44 start to increase. Looking at the other canals, 23 and 24, there's roughly about 77,000 acre feet. And then up around the Fort Pierce area, C-25 canal, about 34,000 acre feet have been discharged to the Indian River Lagoon. Looking over at the West Coast, in total, there's been about just short of 400,000 acre feet have been moved to the estuary. That's a combination of both basin and lake water, with the lake component being less than a third of the water that has been moved to the Caloosahatchee estuary. Looking at the southern part of the system, as I said, the inflows to Lake Okeechobee are just over 400,000 acre feet, with total outflows just being slightly more than that. Total inflows to the water conservation areas in the Central Everglades, just slightly less than 500,000 acre feet to date. Again, going back to just the beginning of May. And then with that water beginning to transition down through the system, down through the Central Everglades, and that late start to the wet season, just now you're starting to see those increases in volumes of water that are being delivered to the park, and we're roughly at about 200,000 acre feet has been delivered to the park right now through a combination of sources. Once again, I'll preface that 200,000 with primarily you just want to look at these two inputs right here. So that's really in the 130,000 acre foot range. This number down here, while does have direct inflows to the park associated with the district's Florida Bay project that we did back in 2015. Predominantly, that is a lot of seepage return water that gets put back into the detention cells on the eastern side of the park. So moving forward, looking at some of the STA inflows, this chart doesn't really change dramatically from month to month, but you'll see for water year 22, which started in May of 21, you can see the flows beginning to increase for the STAs and the volumes that they are beginning to accept. Obviously, we haven't gotten into the dry season yet, so there isn't that secondary bar here in the graphic, but so far the STAs have had inflows on the order of just over 400,000 acre feet that they've been treating and moving down through the system. From a groundwater perspective, while a lot of the groundwater monitoring sites along the lower East Coast have shown recovery, it's sort of a mixed bag that some of those ones over on the lower West Coast, despite some of the heavy rains that you've received, it still takes a while for that water to percolate down into the aquifer and then begin raising groundwater levels. So it's not really a cause for concern. As we've talked about in the past, this is an indication of historical levels. So it's just something to keep an eye on, keep monitoring, and groundwater stages throughout the 16 counties are showing that mixed bag and mixed results. So looking at the US Drought Monitor, this will be the last time you see this slide for a while. This is what it looked like at the beginning of July, and here's what it looks like today. There are no drought conditions within the state, so you won't be seeing this one again for some time till we get back around to the wet season. Looking forward as to what a potential forecast may hold in the months ahead, Climate Prediction Center is just showing equal chances of above normal, below normal, or average rainfall as we go through the month of October. And then as you get into the dry season, it's showing a stronger signal for below normal rainfall for the first part and initial 2022 portions of the dry season. And then I'll just briefly touch on the forecast for the next couple of days. These latter days out here are going to be dominated by what is tropical storm or likely to reform as tropical storm Fred, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it's mainly we're looking or anticipating rainfall impacts in the southern portion of the system starting into Friday night, going into Saturday, and then as Fred starts to move up the west coast. So I'll just jump to Fred right now. So this is a graphic of all the historical storms that have made landfall in the state of Florida. As you can see, we don't really have a high probability of landfalling hurricanes hitting the state of, or at least South Florida, that have interacted with Hispaniola or gone directly over Hispaniola. So this was Fred's course. It came right over top of Hispaniola and interacted with those 10,000, 12,000 foot mountains. So as it emerged on the other side of Hispaniola this morning, it's technically a tropical depression. It's not even a tropical storm right now. There is potential for it to reform somewhere over in this neighborhood as a tropical storm. But should it do that, these are the likely tracks from all the ensemble plots. So what you're looking at here on the left-hand side is the European model and how it forecasts. You can see there's pretty tight agreement of it's coming up this way. And then on the right-hand side is the American model that has a little bit more segregation in the forecast. So why does it look like that? You got Fred sitting down here, and what it's trying to do is it's trying to get around this high pressure ridge that's sitting off the coastal Atlantic. And we have an upper level ridge that'll come down from the Great Lakes, sort of break apart that ridge. And hurricanes, tropical storms, think of them as like corks floating in a river, and they're trying to navigate through these high pressure, low pressure ridges and find that weakness so they can skirt between the two of them. So as that low pressure drops down, it'll try to skirt up between the high pressure and low pressure ridges and go up through the state. And that's why it's being directed farther off to the west, is because the interaction with this high pressure system right now over the Atlantic. So as I said, it's popped off Hispaniola as a depression, potential to reform. As of the 11 a.m. update this morning, there haven't been any tropical storm watches issued for any parts of South Florida. As we move forward in time, and should it begin to reform, most likely you'll have tropical storm watches issued for the lower Keys and that portions of the state. Not quite sure how far up the west coast it might extend, but we'll leave that to the experts and the National Weather Center to determine. So that's sort of the story on Fred. Fred's sitting right here. What I'll draw your attention to is this little yellow X that's sitting out the Atlantic right now. That's the next one to keep an eye on. So for us, Fred is more than likely to be a rain event. We may have the potential for some significant rains in the southern portion of the system, southern Miami-Dade, Monroe counties, and moving over into Collier County. But this storm out here is the next one to pay attention to. So if we look at some of the forecasts for that next storm, Fred is here going off that way. This is the next one coming in. You can see there's pretty good agreement on that westerly track. So by Wednesday, sometime of next week, it'll be roughly in this neighborhood. And we'll see whether or not it has a similar interaction with Hispaniola and those mountain peaks, or whether or not it tries to skirt across the top of Hispaniola and keep on tracking right towards us. But for this time of year, that's the predominant weather pattern that's going to start bringing those types of storms across to us. So I'll end with the freight train has started for this time of year. With that, any questions, Mr. Chair?
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Bergeron?
We just need to be on our toes to make sure that we're moving water south and with the infrastructure we got, John, as much as possible with the indication of possible 2 storms, maybe just rainstorms, but just keep that in mind as we go forward.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Olepitch?
Couple of things. Can you please go back to the chart with the orange and the blue? I think it's page 9. 10,
This one?
11, thank you. Yes, so this chart is showing how much water is going south from Lake Okeechobee and from the EAA runoff. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the inflows to the stormwater treatment areas segregated out between what portion came or what volume came from Lake Okeechobee being the 61,000 acre feet and what volume came from Basin being at the
Basin runoff from the EAA. Okay, so sometimes I get confused, and I think I asked you a totally ridiculous question recently. So the lines that look like candy canes, that's during the dry season.
correct.
And so sometimes I see your chart and it has like the dry season is 4 months and sometimes it's 6 months. It's like May, June, July, August, September, October, and sometimes I think even November's in there. So is this all, when you do this, is it the 3 or the 5 or what is it?
So one thing, let me add one clarification. This 409,000 acre feet, that's just the total amount of flow that has come into the STA. But to answer your question, I'll jump back to this one.
Yeah.
So when we talk about the wet season, generically, the wet season is May through November, but we sort of look at the months of May and November as those transition times. So this particular year, really the wet season didn't start until May 28th. So you went through the entire month of May and the wet season hadn't started. So the length of the wet season varies, like you were saying, 4 or 5 months because of those things. But the average starting time for the wet season is somewhere around May 15th, May 12th, right in there.
And so the dry season.
Similar type scenario. You could have, we've had hurricanes out in November. So that start to the dry season sort of transitions in that last month of November. It could be done by October. You look at Irma back in 2017, essentially that shut off that sea breeze process and the wet season started after Irma passed.
Okay, so each year can be different.
Correct.
It's not just a straight months. It depends on the weather that year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then if you can go to page 9, I believe. Mine is different. No, that works. So looking at C23, C24, they're not marked in here, but that up there, where C25 is the one at the top. And then that curl on the going upper left, that's also C25.
This is the North Fork of the St. Lucie River.
The one that's
Oh,
connected.
this.
Mhm.
Yes, that's, so as you go out farther to the west, you get past the turnpike and C-25 starts to go up, that we refer to that as a C-25 extension canal.
Okay, so when we were having the conversation the other day, that's where it stops.
Correct.
And then it hooks up with the FDOT.
Yeah, so this sort of parallels the turnpike. Anybody who's driven from Stewart up to Orlando along the turnpike, you have that sort of leg when you get past Fort Pierce where it angles off to the northwest. The canal sort of parallels the turnpike and then it flattens out and runs due west with the turnpike. Right there is where the C-25 extension canal stops, but you'll never know it by looking at the canal out your window as you drive past it, because there's still a canal there. It's sort of the borrow ditch that was used to build the turnpike.
Okay.
So there's still a canal that continues to the west.
Okay. And then where is the blue field that's going to open up next week? Where is that located?
I'm not
approximately?
exactly sure, but I want to say it's somewhere in up higher. Right in here.
Right in here? Okay. And then can you show me where I can see it? That big cypress, isn't it called Blue Cypress Lake is?
Blue Cypress Lake.
It's up and to the left. See the three blue things up there? Right. So that's Blue Cypress Lake, right, Drew? It's not, but it is. And that's the whole point.
It
I
is.
mean,
It's the rounder one.
it is, it's not ours, but this is this whole weird thing, like this old article I read today. And so that whole area is the headwaters of the St. Johns River. But during the Central and South Florida Plan, which we're a part of, obviously, and they are too, that's when that water started, they fixed it so it was coming south. Some of it was coming south through C-25.
Right in this neck of the woods, there is the potential for water to move south into the C-25 under certain conditions and heavy rainfall events. But under normal conditions, any water that falls north of the turnpike in this area tends to stay in the St. Johns River Water Management District.
Okay. And so I know there's, I'll stop this in a second, but I think it's important for me to understand this whole area. So the blue field that we're going to be celebrating next week is somewhere north of the C-25, kind of in the middle.
Trying to find it on.
And I do believe, I do believe that there are people who feel that some of those waters are moving south that did go north years and years and years ago. Okay.
So just one clarification for the folks that are on the phone and couldn't hear the advisor in the audience. Bluefield is right in this location where the cursor is right now.
Then what's the one coming up next week? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my God. Then I'm totally messed up. Then where is Groveland?
That's the one that's up here.
Okay. Are there two, or I know this is the future maybe. Are there two or are there one?
Depends on who you talk to.
Okay. Thank God I didn't show up and go, we're celebrating the waters from the St. John's. They would have said, kick her off the board right now. Okay. I really appreciate it. I get it. It's hard for me to keep it all straight. So the one that we're celebrating this coming week, what will it be? What waters will it be taking in?
C-23.
C-23. Okay, which is Allapattah Flats. The old Allapattah Flats.
Part of that system, yes.
Okay.
Bluefield is north of that.
Okay, I really appreciate it. I'm sorry to get everything all mixed up and force you to do it. It's just these maps help because they're so simple, and you can kind of, if you can figure out where things are attached on here, I think it helps understand how the water flows or how we hope it flows. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lopich. Anyone else have questions for John?
I have one other brief question. Looking at these two storms, we need to really be looking at what water we can move south, where we have some capacity. If you look over the last couple of decades, 9 out of every 10 years, we just have such high water events. And getting the water south of Tamiami Trail is extremely important. We're sitting here today and everything looks in a very good balance. But with one tropical storm, sometimes we get 12 inches of rain, 15 inches of rain. I think we should be a little aggressive on trying to have some capacity of what normally happens. And that's the only thing I have to say, John, is we know what's happened 9 out of every 10 years. So let's keep that in mind as these storms are approaching us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. One quick question, John. I won't give you a map test, but can you go back to the first or second slide with Lake Toho and the Kissimmee? Yeah, that one. You gave an aside of sort of we're managing the lake, or we're managing things differently now that we can. Can you just expand on that a little bit? Because I'd love to hear. We talked about, okay, we're managing things differently now. Maybe I didn't recognize how we were managing them before, and I'd like to know what the differences are.
Yeah, so specifically when you're talking about Lake Kissimmee, so Lake Kissimmee is really a 3 grouping of lake. You got Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchnahaw. Those 3 lakes are really managed as one water control unit because there's no structures in between any of them. I won't say they float at the same level because there's a half a foot difference, but whatever. So when I talk about managing a little bit differently, so in the Kissimmee River regulation schedule, it allows Lake Kissimmee to go above schedule up to a half a foot. And you can sort of operate in that half a foot buffer zone all the way through above the schedule. But it's not until you get above that half a foot that it requires you to take actions to return it back to schedule. That is different from East Lake Toho or Lake Toho. When you cross that red line, you go above regulation schedule, then you've got to start implementing those actions to bring it back down to schedule. One of the differences being is around East Lake Toho and Toho, there's a lot of more urban built up environment and there's houses right along the lakes. When we get into Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchnahaw, the Water Management District, as part of our responsibilities under Kissimmee River Restoration, we've purchased a lot of that land. So we own a fair amount of land all the way up to elevation 54. So it'll allow that 3-lake system to have that additional buffer up to 54. The next step after the completion of construction of Kissimmee River that everybody celebrated is looking at revising the operations of Lake Kissimmee and taking advantage of that land acquisition to be able to bring the lake stages up a little bit higher, even beyond that half a foot buffer that's currently in the water control manual, to capitalize on the infrastructure and get that restoration benefit that we've been trying to get through for 20+ years in Kissimmee River restoration.
Thanks. That's very helpful. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to break for lunch and we'll come back and do Lawrence's after that. Thanks. 1:15. go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It's August 12th, and we'll start off with the report by Mr. Glenn.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to give the ecological conditions report today. We'll start at the top, the Kissimmee, and we'll get to the celebration in a minute, but you'll notice that from last month to this month that the floodplain is starting to inundate as we're moving away from those oranges and reds to greens and blues. So we had 920 CFS discharge, and now we're up to about 1,400. And we start to inundate the floodplain between about 1,200 and 1,400 CFS. So that's the difference that we're seeing. We finally hit a stage in the discharge rate in the river that is allowing the floodplain to inundate. And why we were keeping about 900 previously was to finish construction.
Lawrence?
Yes.
Question. What color was the river when we were on it with airboats at the ribbon cutting?
It
What level?
was not quite as wet as this.
Okay.
It was a little less.
So it wasn't that wet?
Wasn't that wet,
Just,
yeah.
just trying to get a frame of reference. Of
Yeah,
what we were seeing.
it was a little less.
Okay.
So here we have the wonderful day that many have talked about today. The construction completion ribbon cutting ceremony. This is a big deal because it's been 20 something years in the making, more than that actually, about 30. I started at the district in '96 working on this project and worked on it for 20 years. And so as Mr. Butler said, I was the kid in the candy shop that day. But what was really neat for me was that I have staff that were there that the majority of have 15 years or more working on this project because they believe in this project so much. And there were core members, and I'm sorry that they're not sitting here, there were core members there that we have been on the project for their entire career. And being the first large scale 50-50 cost share between the Army Corps and the South Florida Water Management District to come out of the box and get to this was fantastic. And the excitement being the first one out was large, and it never wavered. And it was, I think, a really good first relationship that we had with the Army Corps that's kind of bled into SERP and kept that kind of going. So it was wonderful. But as you see here is where we are at the ceremony. This is about the discharge where the floodplain becomes inundated. And what would normally happen, as John talked about implementation of headwaters, is we will be able to hold water higher in Cypress, Kissimmee, and Hatchinaha, and we would have a gradual recession off of the floodplain that would come down like this. So we didn't see that because we brought it down very quickly to keep the floodplain dry so we could complete construction. So we'll try to get back to that historic hydrology. There's two parts to this project: physical construction and then implementation of the appropriate hydrology. So one thing that we do see with this inappropriate hydrology is that when we have very, very large discharge events in the summer, when water is hot water does not hold as much oxygen as cold water does. That when we have to have these large discharges that come out very quickly, we can have a very quick decline in dissolved oxygen. And when it gets between 2 and 1 milligram per liter, that's a stressful condition. When we get below 1 milligram per liter, it can be lethal to fishes. So when we go back to getting that hydrology right, if we had the floodplain inundated before, and it wasn't just this big surge of water that came down the river channel, there would be that refugia there. The fish would already be in a good place, and it wouldn't be a big a deal as when they're only in the river channel. And then we had this dissolved oxygen crash. So restoration will be very good when we get the hydrology correct. Coming down into Lake Okeechobee, you see that with 14 feet where we are now, that the littoral marsh is inundated even more. That's what we anticipate and expect to happen during the wet season. We want waters to move out into that marsh. As the marsh becomes inundated, productivity starts to really increase. So you have plant growth, you have phytoplankton, oh gosh, I'm losing my words. And so you have all of this production that goes on. The insects come out to use that. The fish go out to eat the insects. The birds come to eat that. So this is the part of the year where we want the marsh to be inundated to start generating that food source that's going to supply everybody as we go into the dry season. One thing you'll notice here that we are outside of the ecologically preferred envelope, even though we're following along a similar sort of trajectory, we are above it. And when we do have conditions that are above the envelope and high, I'll show you what has happened with submerged aquatic vegetation. But I want to go back to 2018 was the year where we had the really bad algae blooms. And so there was a conscious decision made to lower the lake into 2019 and into 2020. And so we were staying under this ecological envelope, but SAV, submerged aquatic vegetation, benefited greatly because it had kind of taken a knock. It kept water levels low. It allowed for sunlight to get into those beds and allow for growth of vegetation. And we had a growth from 5,000 acres to 26,000 acres. Now that we've had a pretty long season of high water levels, we're seeing a concurrent decrease in the acreage of SAV. And this is a complicated graph, but I'm going to explain it to you so it's a lot easier. This on the bottom is elevation, and this isn't the stage of the water. This is the ground elevation. So at 8 of elevation, that's where it's deepest in the lake. And then as you start to come towards the edge of the lake, you start getting higher in elevation. So 12 to 12.5 is along this littoral edge, and then 8 is going to be more out in the middle. So we have transects for measuring vegetation that start at the littoral fringe of the marsh and go into the lake. And we're looking and seeing what type of submerged aquatic vegetation and what densities do we have in this area. And so something that we're seeing is that since the fall and into spring now, since we've had higher water levels, in this deeper part, these plants that were there have disappeared. And that's because the water level has gotten deep and it's getting deeper and light isn't able to penetrate down to those plants to keep them growing. In the middle areas where we have very robust plants growing, where it's kind of like in the middle where that variation isn't as great, those tall, robust plants have been able to stay. And we've seen some more of the more diminutive vegetation that's in between these 9 and 10s have also diminished. So if you weren't a really big plant going into water getting deeper to where you could continue to grow to get sunlight, this deeper water has had the effect of taking some of those and they're no longer there. So we've had a decline in the total coverage of SAV with this higher water level year. And we're in the middle of our transect monitoring now. But when we finish, I can bring that back to you and show you the comparison through the years and show you where we are and give you a trajectory of where we might go after that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Cheryl Meads. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, Ms. Meads.
So Lawrence, does that then mean that when those plants die off, that the lake cannot clean up nutrient pollution at the same rate?
Well, yes, the more biomass of vegetation that you have in there, and I talked about this at the beginning of the season, when you have a larger biomass of vegetation, you have more surface area and more plants to actually cleanse water. And so that's what.
And so, right. So if you take that to the next level for the stakeholders who really want to hold the water high on the lake, ultimately what that means is that the water in the lake can't be cleaned up at the same rate. So it impacts the entire system negatively. Is that a true statement?
It depends on how many years in a row. There's frequency of these high events. There's been discussion of a recovery mode where you could have a high water year, follow that by a low water year. And that would be what we saw previously where we had a couple high water years and then we had the low water years, we had a recovery of the vegetation. So it's really how long high water persists as to how much influence that has on diminishing the amount of SAV in the lake.
So I'm almost done. So a high water year is that 14.5 feet? Is that 15.5 feet? What would I saw that high water now is 14 feet. Is that right?
You see for the ecological envelope, it's about 15.5 at the top. to about the new one to about 11 and a half at the bottom. So people have talked about 15, 12, 15 and a half, 12. So 15 and a half with the recession, that's great. When we start getting about 16 and above is when vegetation starts being impacted.
Understood. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Mr. Olovich.
Hello. Hopefully you can give me an idea, but I'm not looking for specific numbers. So you said that in 2018 was when the bad algae blooms kind of inspired the lake to go down, right? So if it was 5,000 acres of SAV, right, in 2018, and then it went up to 26,000 in 2020?
It took about 2 years.
About 20. Do you have any idea where it is now?
We've had about a 12,000 acre decrease. So we're looking at whatever that math is, about 14,000 acres.
Okay. Do you happen to know what the best it ever was?
Oh, we've had 35,000 acres.
Okay.
Just looking off the top of my head. And it varies through time because you're
I
going to
know,
have
just like
variability and
it's
variability
ephemeral.
it is, and variability is great. You need
Right.
high water years and you need low water years. It's just, you don't
Right.
want to have too many high
So
years in a row.
looking at your photograph, is that, what is that yellow plant?
That's a water lotus.
So pretty. So can it grow in really deep water or can it only grow like along the shoreline?
It grows in the more so in the interior marsh because it's this lily. So it's a lily pad if you think about it.
Mhm.
So it's going to grow depending on water depth. It has to keep ahead of water depth. As long as the depth doesn't increase really, really rapidly, it can keep up with
Really?
that water depth fluctuation. It's
Okay.
when it
And then-
goes up really quickly that it would be flooded out.
Interesting. And then there's like, is that sawgrass, the skinny one? And then what is the one
This
that's
is
thicker?
spike rush and this is Pontidaria or pickerel weed.
Mhm. So when you were saying that there was that one area where it was doing pretty well, that was deep, the plants were tall and they made it. What kind of plants are they?
It's like potamogeton, it's pondweed. We will get hydrilla in there at times. It starts out typically with a non-vascular plant called Cara. It's the first one that goes out. It's like a pioneer species. It goes out and it does well. And then all of those others come behind it. Coontail.
So do they stick out of the water or are they in the water?
They're usually submerged. They
Okay.
don't stick out. So this is emergent vegetation that actually comes out of the vegetation. And
Okay.
submerged aquatic vegetation is the stuff that's growing down in the water.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I got a question.
Surely.
So I guess the wetland part of the lake is what, 1/3, 40% of the lake? What's the percentage of
That's a good-
littoral zone to?
That's a good question. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head,
Uh-huh.
but here's, you can see it, how.
Yeah. So if the topographical elevation in the marsh area is 12 and you're up to 17 feet, that's 5 foot of water. That's not a wetland anymore. That's kind of a reservoir, I would say.
Right, when you get, the edge of the levee is at about 15 and a half. So when we get to elevation, water elevation, 15 to 15 and a half, 100% of the marsh is inundated.
Uh-huh.
When we get down to this area about here, which is about 12 and a half or so, only about 75% of the marsh is inundated.
Uh-huh.
So you're exactly right. Once you hit above 15 and a half or so, now you're just stacking water on top of the marsh, where it's going to be deepest here and shallower here.
So you couldn't, a wading bird couldn't even attempt to land there
Correct.
unless they have a 4 or 5 foot leg or something. And then you have certain plant communities that really grow in water, but not underwater. correct?
Correct. So you have the submerged aquatic vegetation community is on this fringe. And then you have basically a bulrush fringe typically. And then you have the interior marsh, and that's usually a mosaic of species. You'll have a pickerel weed. You'll have some places where you actually have cattail. You can go into the lotus, and you have those mixed areas that's partially open water, partially emergent vegetation, and you can have woody type of more woody vegetation up in the higher elevations. And
You
it
got maiden
creates that mosaic that's usable by a lot of different species, more so than if it was just one type of ecotone.
But a lot of that doesn't grow underwater.
Correct.
So that's why you're saying there's been a loss of vegetation due to high water.
And that's in this area here that we're talking about is because the water gets so deep that the plants that are there can no longer get the sunlight they need for photosynthesis. Even though they are an underwater growing plant, it just gets too deep for them to get sunlight.
Yeah. Well, God's landscaping will give you an indication of water depths. I can remember the Central Everglades in 1904 had 3.5 foot of 4 foot of water for 2 years, and all the myrtle bushes and the sawgrass ridges died. I don't know how they come back. I guess God works wonders, but that's why we need to really pay attention that the water levels in the lake, the heart of the Everglades, is part of this balancing act of impacts.
Looking at snail kite nesting activity, it's still ongoing. It's a little protracted, but you see the STAs, and when I'm talking STAs, it's not the Everglades STAs, but Lake Hicpochee, C44, and A1 FEB really has the lion's share of birds this year. It's pretty phenomenal, and there's still 80 active nests out there, and 4 still active in the Everglades. So it's been a good long nesting season for snail kites. Yes, ma'am.
So the C44 was 71 nests. Is this its first year or second
Yes.
year? It's its first
First
year.
year.
So in its first year of that being available for nesting birds, there are 71. I mean, I think that's just like great. Isn't that great?
It's pretty impressive, for sure.
Does it mess up how they do the STAs? It
It-
does. Okay. So maybe it's not so great. Oh, well,
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
Looking at the NOAA product for cyanobacterial bloom potential, Ms. Thurlow-Eppish, you were right. It is getting brighter. It is starting to light up. We're having, which we haven't really seen this past year, is this western edge and north and southwestern edge that is where that is occurring. And wind has a lot to do with this, but I'll also go through this data and show you why it might be there as well. We've talked about the dissolved inorganic nitrogen being really a fuel for a lot of the blue-green algae that's out there. And as we get these drops in it, is because it's being used up. This is chlorophyll A, so this is the proxy for phytoplankton abundance. So here it's being used, and you're getting this concurrent increase in biomass of algae. We've had another large dip, and we've got more going on. So this dissolved inorganic nitrogen, which is the food source actually in the water, is being used up, and so that's when we see these blooms starting to occur. Now, if we look at turbidity, or how light is able to make it into the water so that algae can actually photosynthesize, and in the near shore, turbidity is very clear, very clear along the fringe. So this is looking around that fringe of the lake that is what's lighting up right now. So because the water is so clear and that dissolved inorganic nitrogen was being used up, that's where we're seeing the blooms occur, along with where the wind is actually pushing these blooms. Looking at some dynamics of phytoplankton biomass concentrations through time. Here's the satellite imagery up here. in both pictures, and we're getting a good correlation of where our more dense, as we get to the reds, our more dense blue-green algae formation is. So it's really following along what we're seeing in this NOAA product. They're correlating pretty well. When we look at what's going on with cyanobacteria, this is the trend that I've spoken about, where we're getting away from dominance by just microcystin to over here. Now there's almost 50% of the community is mixed. So as that dissolved inorganic nitrogen is being used up, which is what microcystis needs, now the species that can fix nitrogen from the atmosphere are starting to better compete. So it's a neat kind of dynamic that's happening out there. Along with that reduction in dominance by microcystin, we're also seeing that microcystin, or the toxin, is reduced. So in this last sampling event that we took, there's 32 samples here, only 2 of them, regardless of what this large bloom is indicating, only 2 samples had above 8 milligrams per liter, which is EPA's health warning. So that it's kind of interesting, the shift we're seeing in microcystis not being as dominant, and then we're seeing a concurrent decrease in toxin level. And that shows you in the bar chart, same thing. Here's microcystin, and it's now mixed as more, and you're seeing not as much red here in the bottom bar.
Please go back 1 or 2. Thanks. This is the same thing I called you about, but I think it's
Yeah, sure.
important just to bring it up in light of what went on with the water system in West Palm Beach. So the pink is
Cylindrospermopsis.
Cylindrospermopsis. And that was, there's something special about it, like you can't see it or you can't find it, or
No,
it
it was just, you had quoted a study that was done about 20 years ago when Cylindrospermopsis was a much bigger player in the lake. And so your concern was like, I hear Cylindrospermopsis now, why is it here? What happened? And so in our discussion, what we talked about was that conditions changed. So where we have the dissolved inorganic nitrogen levels that are out there currently that really favor microcystis, that's the condition now. Then it wasn't as much as it is now. So now we see Cylindrospermopsis is always out there. All these different components of the community are out there, but they have to wait until conditions are appropriate for them to start growing in abundance and being a larger percentage of the community. So that's what we see right now happening, because that dissolved inorganic nitrogen is decreasing. So microcystis isn't going to be as prevalent. And now the nitrogen fixers, which it is one of, says, okay, now conditions are good for me. So I can compete against that other community.
right, but non-scientific person making a comment. So you've got people who use the lake water to drink it. I think Okeechobee, somewhere in Okeechobee.
Okeechobee does,
They
correct.
use it in West Palm Beach and maybe somewhere else. So like you can see the blue-green algae. And so that is helpful in that you can see it. It's bright green. It looks like paint. But I believe you can't see the pink one as easily. So that was part of the whole issue with it in their, I thought, as a normal person just reading the newspaper, in their water supply. So like, is this a concern for people who live in Okeechobee? If that was over by the L8, would that be a concern for people with the West Palm Beach thing? And am I making too big of a deal out of being able to see it? Because it is helpful to be able to, we might think it looks ugly, but at least you can see it.
Yeah, I would say that our increased coverage of collection sites is important, because they're collecting, their water intake for Okeechobee is about right here, if I'm not mistaken, or it's down right in here somewhere.
All the
So
way down there?
it's low. No, Okeechobee, I'm thinking about, is T here? T's not here. Okay, I'm thinking about the one that's down here. Regardless, and my apologies, but this gives you a better spatial distribution as to where that would be occurring, and they would be able to look to see where are we seeing that in the landscape. But they're going to treat that water regardless, you know, and I'm not going to go into the process that they do in order to get their water to drinking standard. But the fact that we have increased our spatial distribution and can show where we're seeing these sorts of things is very helpful.
It is helpful, and I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Going into the St. Lucie, and what we're seeing here, as you can see, since April, we haven't had discharges from Lake Okeechobee. There's a substantial discharge coming into the St. Lucie right now at 2,400 CFS, but that's from the C22, 23, 10 Mile Creek and tidal basins. And so what we're seeing is just in the past month, because of the increased rains and where they have fallen, what that's done to the salinity gradient, it has really taken this, the forks have become pretty fresh. And so that middle area is now, you know, salinity is decreasing and about to go out of the good range for the adult oysters. On the Caloosahatchee side, we've also not had a lot of inflows from the lake because we've had, the gray is this very, very large C43 basin, and the green is the tidal basin, which is pretty large as well. So we have almost 5,000 CFS being discharged out of S79 right here, and that's all basin runoff. So it's a substantial volume of water that's going to the Caloosahatchee right now, none of which is coming from the lake. And typically we see a salinity gradient about this time of year where the freshwater zone comes in about between Val I-75 and Fort Myers, and it's pushed down now below Cape Coral. So that's taking the Cape Coral's salinity gradient and pushed it down to the pore zone. Whereas when you get out more towards the mouth, you have Shell Point and Sanibel, which are still in the good range for adult oysters. Looking at the stormwater treatment areas, John spoke about this and how much has been delivered through there. It's 409,000 acre feet to date. 15% of that has come from the lake, which is 61,000 acre feet. We still have some extensive veg management. I'm going to go into the next slides and show you what's going on there. But with all of this rain and the amount of water that's coming in, you see all of the STAs are high currently as we're trying to get water through those. This is the time of the year when we talk about what the source control programs in the Everglades agricultural area and the C39 basins are doing. So this is the BMP permittees, what we look at to see the amount of reduction that they have had in their phosphorus load. And this year's load in the EAA is a 59% reduction, and they're required by law to have a 25% reduction. So they're doing very well in their BMP compliance there. In C139, we have where this yellow diamond here is the target load, and the red is the limit load. Now, what happens is if you have in a single year where the green bar is the actual load, if this green bar extended up higher than the red bar for a single year, it would be out of compliance. But we are only above the limit load currently. And then if you have 3 years in a row in which you exceed this smaller limit load, then you're out of compliance. So neither the EAA or the C139 is out of compliance at this point in time.
Can I ask a question before
Yes,
you
sir.
move on? The reduction requirement is 25. And it looks like they're well above that.
Yes.
Right. We don't have any requirements north of the lake
That's
to meet any certain
40E61.
standards.
The north of the lake, for the landowners themselves, the requirement is for them to implement the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services best management practices. So it's a set of practices to implement, but they do not have a number like a 25% reduction number. That doesn't exist north of the lake.
When will we know with the additional monitoring that we're doing north of the lake of how the BMPs are working as far as nutrient loads coming into our state waters?
So we have some of that data now. We've been collecting the data since we expanded the monitoring network. Generally, we use a 3-year time window in order to take out variability due to climatic events, but that doesn't mean that we're not looking at the data now. And so we have data that gives us an indication of areas that need more focus than others. And so that's where we're applying our efforts to try and locate or try to cite additional projects for consideration in future budget years, is in those areas where we're already seeing that we have either increasing trends or where we're not seeing decreasing trends. But overall, you know, I want to be clear that overall the BMPs aren't going to get us to the BMAP goals. The BMPs are just part of that picture. And that's why the projects that we're building are so important in actually achieving the water quality targets that we're looking for in the BMAPs in order to achieve those total maximum daily load limits.
Drew, I've got a question. I think this is probably for you. Do you know what the rationale is in using percentages rather than a number? It just strikes me as odd that you're comparing 25% off of something that happened a really long time ago, rather than just saying, hit this number.
The rationale is, so there is a baseline period. So there is I don't remember what the baseline period is, like the 90s, let's say. Maybe to
1980, 80 to 88.
80 to 88. So there was a time when there weren't BMPs or STAs or anything. And so you just polluted water going to the Everglades. And so the rationale is, all right, we need to meet this number in the Everglades. And it's going to be a combination of performance from BMPs and performance from stormwater treatment areas. And so it's the calculation of BMPs get 20 of that reduction you need. From that baseline period, the BMPs get 25% and the STAs get the rest. The scientists would include a lot more calculations and so forth in that description, but that's the idea.
That worked for me.
Yep.
Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So I'm glad that this slide is in here. And I just want to make sure that I'm remembering correctly. This is the first time this slide has been in here for us, right?
I had it last September.
Did you have it last
I did
September?
have it last September.
Okay. Okay, and is this what, like in the old days, Pam Wade used to do?
This is,
Okay, why have we changed it? Why isn't Pam Wade giving the presentation? And why aren't the men and women who were part of the EAA in here talking about it? And why aren't we also talking about the historical connection here? I just think it's important. I mean, I believe all of this is part of the, you know, the consent decree and why we have stormwater treatment areas and Everglades Forever Act. And you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't think we're doing ourselves any favor by just quietly pushing this slide through with all the other slides. This is an important part of the district. There's a lot of contention that has to do with certain aspects of this. That's okay. There's contention to everything we do. You know, there's contention. But I really would like to know why Pam Wade isn't giving the presentation. Why Bob Brown? Why isn't he here talking about this? Why aren't we talking? I want to meet the men and women in the EAA. I want to understand what they're doing. I want to understand what they're proud of. And I also want to understand how it's not just them alone. I don't think. I think a lot of it is the science of the South Florida Water Management District and the University of Florida, my alma mater. So what can we do to fill this out a bit?
So it's permit compliance, right? So, you know, that's what we want to present to you, you know, whether they've complied with their permits or not. Ben Butler has a permit for his dairy. He complies with it. I don't know that there's a presentation that's to celebrate that. The way we're looking at it is we got a permitting program. We got to implement that permitting program. When the C-139 basin has that issue, where they have an excursion this year, we deploy additional permitting resources to go and investigate and do more inspections. But we got permits all over this district. And so it's just one of those things that, hey, we know this is important to you. We don't report on permit compliance for everything, but we know this is important for you. So I asked Lawrence to report on it for you this year so that you knew where it was in this very important area on permit compliance. But because it was that's not why we didn't do a big production about it. That's the idea. We talk about STAs every board meeting and where we are with that, because that's certainly our permit compliance and what we find important to us. But other people's permit compliance, we don't really, do that with. So
Okay, I think that's a cultural change and
Might be.
that's okay if it's a cultural change. I just think it's good to talk about it because it is a shift. And I do think it's important to talk about, let's face it, the EAA is a big part of the Central and South Florida plan. Okay, it is. And I think it took me a long time to understand that the EAA is part of the Central and South Florida plan, that it's that flood protection, and I guess mostly flood protection, is part of what it receives as part of the Central and South Florida plan. And that goes back to 1948 or whenever that whole thing started. And then, maybe the pollution was going in Lake Okeechobee, destroying Lake Okeechobee. And so they started sending it the other way. And then the lawsuit with the Mississippi or whoever it was, Dexter Lighton, whatever it is. And so then this whole thing started, you know what I'm saying? But Drew, I'm sorry, Mr. Bartlett, these are important things.
I mean,
for all of us to understand. And now I have my community, okay, and myself, we're like, send the water south. You've got to send more water south. And, we go through the chart. We made Mr. Mitnick make a special chart. We look at how much they send from the lake. We see how much they send from the EAA. This plugs into all of that. Okay, so I would like a full description on how this is all part of the Central and South Florida plan. Am I being irrational here? It's, you guys, it's important. And for people who are fighting to send water south, we all need to, how can we achieve our goals if we don't know how each other works? I think it would help if you would take more time to explain to us how all this works, even if it's not easy, because in the end, it will help us all be in a better place. Thanks.
I got one other question. If in the EAA, whatever they're doing to get this reduction, best management practices, whatever they're doing, when we get the monitoring north under the BMP management that's required, it would seem like the north part should be able to do what they're doing here as far as quality of water. It would seem like if they're able to achieve it.
I agree. And that's why we need to talk about it.
So I don't know, Drew, you got any?
Yeah, so I mean, the topography is different on the north than it is in the EAA. So it's a little bit challenging. And so as they try to put together their best management practices, it's just a different setting. You don't have as much control over the water on the north side. On the south side, they can pull the water in, pull it off. They have pumps. It's all very controlled. So it's just a different topography. But I do think I mean, there's a law difference, right? So the law is very different on how we regulate in the south versus the north of the lake. It's just a very unique area. As Mr. Lipich, they got put together in state law for how we're going to achieve the goals for the Everglades than it is on the north side. So there's a lot of different layers, which is why we added all the monitoring, why Ms. Reynolds reorganized. We're trying to really amp it up in the north. So we have that better information. We can inform better BMPs if that's necessary. We can engage Department of Agriculture on better BMPs if, you know, and better BMP research. And then we can also look at the hotspots and get, you know, their STAs in line, like on the south side of the lake. We're just in a different framework on the north side.
Well, once we find out, you know, who the real polluters are, the BMPs, I understand it's just an assumption you're meeting state quality at this point. But for us to achieve quality of water into the future, it would seem to me that there's got to be a certain requirements before water enters into the state waters, unless we want to buy half of South Florida back and then pre-treat it after it gets into state waters. So it's something to think about. Looks like we're achieving good results south, and we need to know where we're at north if we're ever going to achieve quality of water for 9 million people.
And on top of Mr. Bergeron's comments, I'd like to say, you know, I think earlier it was said BMPs won't get us there by ourselves. BMPs won't get us there by ourselves. Okay, perhaps they won't, but I'd like you to show me how they're not getting there. And that's what we never get here at these presentations. And that's what we were asked. I was asking for anyway in the triangle. You know, so you have the basins. We've talked about that. We know where the most hotspots are. We know where the polluters are. So why don't we ever have a discussion about this is the 191 basin. These are all the things they've tried since 1970, 1, 2, 3, 4, 25. And then you say, the BMPs aren't getting us there. Can you guys dish out another $2 billion, $1 million for another project for us? And then you feel better about it. But I don't like living up here just saying BMPs don't get us there without any discussion, without any proof, without, you know what I'm saying? It's too much money. And like Mr. Bergeron's saying, what are we going to do? Just do this till the end of time, you know? And I hope the triangle will talk today. I hope that there's a discussion. I'm not trying to be tough. You guys, this is where the rubber meets the road for things to either change or stay the same. And I'm here to make it change, you know? So we have to have the hard conversations and we have to keep going with this. You're doing a great job. We love you, but we can't just sit up here and clap our hands all the time. This is where we have to get better.
Can I say something just for a second? I'm sorry, I'll make it quick. I know, and we probably all know that on August 2nd, the Agriculture Commissioner, Nikki Fried, visited Southwest Florida and promised to double down on water quality and compliance and BMPs. And I just want to tell her and send this message that I'm glad to hear that. I am watching and hoping and praying for that. And that is the right message that we need to hear from the Department of Agriculture. With north of the lake, we need compliance. We need to reduce the nutrient pollution coming into the lake, and we need her help.
Thanks, Ms. Meeks.
Okay, as we continue through the STAs, we've talked about what their condition is and the work that we're doing in order to get the STAs in a condition where we can meet the QBEL in 2025. So there's restoration strategies, is just rehabilitation work in general that doesn't fall under that. There's a lot of vegetation management that's going on. And so we look at outflow concentrations coming out of STA 1 right now, and you see it's 41, but we're not in a compliance mode yet, but we're doing this really large earthwork right in these two cells. So this whole half of the STA has been offline for almost all of this season. So, the STAs right now are in a one east and one west and 2, where we are putting the effort in now to get these STAs in a condition where we know that then they'll be able to meet the QBEL. So as you see these interim values that are coming out, they're higher than they are normal, but it's because a lot of cells are offline. We're doing a lot of construction, and they don't have the vegetation in them that is the part that cleanses the water when it comes through. So I'm not saying don't not be alarmed by this, but this is part of the process that we're going through with restoration strategies and with rehabilitation in order to get them functioning so we can meet QBEL. In this STA 1 West, there's construction in all flowways, and there's also the expansion that is going on currently. In STA 2, it's this large cell right here, where it's the 500-acre lake, that's being filled. A lot of dirt work going on in there to get that cell back up to an elevation and just getting the hydraulics right. STA 3, this cell was dewatered because that's where we had all the tussocks that they had just lifted off of the bottom. So we had to drain it and starting over. So these are really large cells. It takes some of that, a third of the STA offline, but 4 is still doing a lion's share of the work and then meeting 14. We get to STA 5-6, and this is the one that dries out. And we've talked about the C139 FEB that's going to be constructed and planning for a potential lake connection to help keep this STA hydrated so it'll be able to meet QBEL. So there's a lot of work that's going on currently, and that's to get us poised in order to meet QBEL when the permit says we need to meet it. Going into Biscayne Bay.
Sorry, can you please go back to that EAA slide? Okay, so this is just hitting me for the first time based on Chauncey, on the chair's question. So that percentage there on the left-hand side, that is calculated also by the performance of the stormwater treatment areas. Did you say that?
No.
It's not. Okay, so that number that they come up with, that just means that they've been able within their basin to get the number down.
Correct.
To that number. I'm sorry.
Correct. No,
Okay.
that's fine.
And then from that, then it goes into the stormwater treatment areas.
Correct.
And this is all to meet this funny word called QBEL, which to me just means that the water quality is good enough to go into the Everglades.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct. So
Okay.
if you think about it, you hear the term treatment train used, where you're going along in a process and you're trying to do a reduction here, a further reduction here, a more reduction here, to where when you get from point A to point B, you've had different processes in there helping to reduce the phosphorus load along the way. So in the first part here, you have the EAA BMPs. That's supposed to do a level of reduction. So that makes this higher load a little bit less before it goes into the STA, so the STAs can do their work. If they came in with that much higher load, you would overload the system. The system couldn't handle it.
So the STAs do better, the better they're doing.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Do they, I mean, that is pretty impressive. It is very impressive that it's that high, over 25% required by law. Do they receive any kind of benefit for that? Or is there something that motivates them to achieve such a high level? Or do they, I don't know. Is there something,
I'm not
because it is
familiar with
remarkable.
regulation.
Are there incentive plans or something?
I don't think so. To me, I think it's just, yeah, it's just a regulation. There's a regulatory requirement to meet 25%. Most people that have a regulatory requirement to meet a number often try to exceed it just to give them buffer and safety cushion for like unfortunate weather events or something like that. So I think there's a lot of effort to try to get beyond it so that if something bad happens, they don't violate.
Interesting.
This is, Drew, he says this is also a number that was derived in the 80s. So those numbers could have been astronomical and the BMPs have just gotten that much better. The farming practices have gotten that much better over the last 30 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's ongoing research that happens frequently and to figure out how to do better and better.
And there is help from the district and UF, is that correct?
Mhm.
Have you ever tried to take, I know they're different topographies and all of that, but have you ever taken this success and
Absolutely.
tried to apply it to the north of the lake, or to get the best people to help you, recreate what's happening here somewhere else? Or is it too different in your opinion?
Probably not the best expert to answer that question, but I know that there is concepts that you take when you learn and you move them to other places, like holding water back, trying to keep more water on the land because water carries the nutrients, right? So in the other best management practices, you will have those types of BMPs, like putting riser boards in your culverts and so forth to try to hold water back more frequently. That is one of the BMPs that works well in the EAA, I believe, that we try to apply other places. There's always fertilizer optimization,
Yeah, I can give a couple more examples.
Yeah.
So in terms of irrigation and application of fertilizers, there's been a lot of research that's been done in the EAA, and FDACs and growers have capitalized on that information and have translated those types of lessons learned from the BMP program in the EAA to row crops all over the state and in fact, all over the country. And one of the incentives that growers have is that it saves them money and it makes their products, their crops more productive with less resources. And so there are some internal incentives that they achieve from realizing, some of these programs by maximizing the opportunities in these programs. Also, with the EAA number, one of the other things that works well is that the way that these numbers are calculated, they are pooled in order to achieve this reduction. So an individual farm might have an anomaly or might have a problem implementing a particular BMP in a given year. But because the numbers are pooled and the other farmers are making sure to do everything that they can, they take care of each other so that when you have certain fields that might have an anomaly, then it doesn't cause an exceedance, and that single farmer is not held accountable for, for the whole EAA not meeting compliance.
Could you, that's great. Could you copy that in the north?
To a certain extent, but the hard part about the north is, the EAA is a lot of row crops. And the north of the lake isn't like that. You don't have fields and fields and fields of row crops. And so that's part of what makes it more difficult in order to implement a similar program north of the lake. But we are taking the lessons that we're learning from the program south of the lake and applying those north of the lake. And Department of Agriculture is also incorporating lessons learned into their updated BMP manuals.
That's great. So basically, maybe if they could do even better here in the EAA, we could send more water through the stormwater treatment areas from Lake Okeechobee.
I don't know if the scientists would want me to make that kind of connect the dots, but we could certainly operate the stormwater treatment areas better if there's less load going in for any of a variety of reasons. And so the treatment train that Lawrence was talking about, these things that have to do with BMPs are what we call our source controls, right? So and it doesn't matter whether you're talking about farmland or you're talking about urban areas, but any area that you can reduce the source of the pollution through personal actions, through permitting, through best management practices, that reduces the amount of pollution in that source. And then so that's the first part of the treatment train. And then we go into projects where projects then have to remove the additional pollution before that water then enters the receiving water bodies. And so we're looking at all of those aspects, and all of our programs have components of source control as well as projects. And some of those projects are done on a very local basis. So there might be local projects that are done by an individual entity, whether that's a landowner or a company, an industrial entity that has to remove more of their pollution that might do a project. And then we have the regional projects like the ones that the district does at the end of the treatment train in order to make sure that all of the residual pollution is treated before it goes into a receiving water body. And we're not meeting those numbers in a variety of places. And that's part of what we're doing. And I took copious notes about things that you want to make sure that we're presenting more comprehensively in our future presentations. And so we'll be working on that. We have a presentation coming to you soon, and we'll include some of that information in it.
I appreciate everything. Thanks.
I have one more question, and I apologize for talking so much on this subject, but this is a pretty serious subject if we're ever going to meet quality of water. If we're ever going to start reducing the nutrient levels that are going into Lake Okeechobee and the algae blooms and floating down our rivers. And when we get the information on the extensive monitoring that we're doing to see, what is the level of nutrients coming into state waters. And we need to see if the BMPs are achieving some reasonable level of entry into state waters. There's no way you can just ignore it. And it may be that programs to even subsidize financially to meet a certain quality of water that will achieve the heart of the Everglades and Lake Okeechobee not being damaged anymore. And on into our rivers and into our estuaries. This is a pretty serious thing. To me, in agriculture, there's got to be ways that we can do better on water coming into our state waters. Even economically, when you look at recirculating your nutrients, it's obvious that you won't buy as much fertilizer the following year if you're recirculating what you already bought. But I think it's important for us to get the extensive monitoring, understand what is coming into our state waters, at what level, and how can we work with stakeholders and to achieve quality of water. We can't ignore this anymore. I mean, this is really getting extremely serious. And I I know it's a sensitive area, but you just can't ignore it. And it would seem like if they can do it on the south of the lake, that we should be able to do it north of the lake. And so I think this is something we have to continue to communicate on. Otherwise, we're going to poison the lake and poison the rivers and destroy the estuaries. And how we get there, but we'll figure it out. But I don't think it can continue to go on this way. And I look forward to us looking at this monitoring and what is going on, at what level, and how we can achieve quality of water for 9 million people.
We all have the same goal. I wouldn't suggest that, I mean, I got to defend staff because I can tell you they're not ignoring it. They are, rallying around the data, calculating the data, trying to find solutions that are not just us building projects, solutions that are improving source control, solutions all across the board. And I know that Jennifer is meeting personally with important, Chris Pettit, Adam Blaylock, to try to get the framework settled, bring that back to you really soon. At the same time, reorganizing her bureau to try to get a whole section looking at data and trying to figure out the solutions of district staff that are good at that, to try to come up with those kind of solutions. So there's, I don't know how to talk about it every single board meeting, but I do want you to know that there's a lot of people working hard on this issue to try, because they care about the water quality in Lake Okeechobee and they want to see it improve. And so I know, Jennifer, you're putting that presentation together. I'm not sure when it will be ready, September, October, pretty soon. That's it. Your staff are working hard on this issue.
Thanks for that clarification, Executive Director Bartlett. Mr. Butler.
I just, we've had some comparisons between North Lake Okeechobee, South Lake Okeechobee. You're not going to find a more scientifically, a better scientific study than laser leveled fields south of Lake Okeechobee. When it comes scientific and being able to design BMPs that help crop efficiency, but also allow you to capture nutrients, control every bit of water, be able to sample individual discharge points where you probably only have 1 or 2 discharge points off a field. You look at north of Lake Okeechobee where the topography is, rolling. I mean, it's the water rolls through tributaries, and you may have water on one block of land that runs 6 different directions. It's difficult to, and it may run through 3 landowners before it gets to a point that the public has access to sample, before it actually touches state waters. But you're talking apples to oranges when you look at topography. You can put it apples to apples if you laser level, take every tree off of Lake Okeechobee, off northern Everglades, laser level it and design it like south of the lake. Then you're talking apples to apples, possibly. But then you also modify what's done with the land. And you got different soil types and all that. There's all kinds of reasons that won't work. But you are, I fully believe you're talking apples to oranges. When we talk BMPs, of course, BMPs south of the lake, districts involved, that's a different beast than other BMPs throughout, ag BMPs throughout the state. But all BMPs are designed to be economical things that the landowner can do to not only protect water quality or water usage or reduce water usage, water consumption, be more efficient, but they're designed to be economical. Because you don't, at the end of the day, those landowners are producing commodities. They produce a commodity, they have to compete on the rest of the country, the rest of the state, the rest of the country, and the rest of the world. And you get into a discussion on where you want your food produced and all that. And that goes down a rabbit hole I don't think we want to go down right now. And I do think that I agree, it'd be nice to have a great discussion on this. a workshop possibly on BMPs, BMAP. Multiple, I mean, we're talking multiple layers here, and I can back up Drew's statement that we have a lot of staff that's working every day on this stuff. We may not see it. I think we had a report on the triangle. I had a one pager, and I didn't even get to look through the briefing notebook to see if we had an update this month. And one of our updates on different projects. I don't know. Did we have one this month? We did? Okay, well, that's my fault. I didn't look at it this month, and I'm gonna go back and look at it. But I know there's a lot of people working on this. But to bring it back to BMP's economical, I've heard Benita Whalen has brought up the point. BMPs, when we're talking north of the lake, BMPs designed to take care of the first 20%. Now, that's the number she's used. Where that number came from, I'm not exactly sure. That's a number that Benita has used. Beyond that is projects, is cost share projects, regional projects, advanced BMPs on private landowners. Your dispersed water, the STA that we're considering north of Lake Okeechobee on the C-38. The new STA, Lakeside Ranch, all these other STAs, those are the regional projects to help meet the goal. But then maybe staff can kind of help at some point. I don't know if they're prepared to do it today, but maybe elaborate on it later where, kind of where this 20% number comes from, this theory. And a lot of it's theory. Because it's the key point with all this is it's got to be economical. You can't necessarily drive the landowner out of business. And however, the landowner should do their part. So that's just the 2 cents. I've tried to chime in a couple times and I just kind of let discussion go, but that's, I do want to say, the one question I did have, the 25% reduction, were the STAs modeled on that 25% reduction? Did that have anything to do with modeling of STAs? So, you can just look at that and just from face value say that whatever increased reductions, that's better performance we can get out of the STAs. And with that, I will say thank you to the landowners and the EAA for going above and beyond. There may be an economic incentive to make it happen, less fertilizer use, more efficient fertilizer use, but it's helping to make our job easier.
I think that we're going to probably not have this discussion a whole lot longer because we've gone on for a while and poor Lawrence's feet are probably getting tired. And this is his show. But I think this has been valuable and I think that we probably can do something more on this. And I think that Jack, you and Ron should rest easy that no one is not paying attention to this. I think our staff is working hard on it. We may not see it every day, but I know they are. And I know that north of the lake is tough. And it's just, if it was easy, we would have done it. So it's just, I think you're right, though. This board, this agency needs to keep pushing, and we are. And I know Drew feels that very, very much. That's, I'm sure, does Ben. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Butler for communicating, speaking. I need you. I need people like you to help teach me. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm an idealist. I am. But I do believe we can all work together to achieve our goals. And just thank you for speaking up. I'm so glad you're on the board. And I learned more from you in 60 seconds than I have in 2.5 years on the board. So just basic ways of how BMPs work. Thank you.
Well, and I'll say, certainly I've learned a lot too, but I don't always get it right. We don't always get it right. Ag doesn't always get it right, but I can tell you from my experience, there's a lot of effort being put into this on a daily basis.
I'd like to just say I appreciate Mr. Butler's concerns as well, and I want to make sure that it's not that anybody wants to go after private property owners, but we don't want to run everybody out of Florida and we don't want to poison our waters. So as we go forward here and we get this extensive monitoring of how well are these BMPs working, and are they working? And if they're working, that's fine. If they're not, then we all got to sit down and figure out how we're going to have clean water in Florida without hurting any industry, whether it's agriculture, industrial, residential, commercial, whatever. But we're going to all have to figure it out together. And there may have to be subsidizing certain things to help financially, but boy, we're going to really have to figure this out if we're going to have clean water for South Florida. And I look forward to us working on this once we get all of our data in, so we not pointing the finger till we see what the quality of water is coming into state waters. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make that clear.
That's fine. Mr. Glenn.
Great.
Biscayne
And there's
Bay.
only 3 slides left. Okay, so we're looking at Biscayne Bay and what salinity levels are like, and you'll see the relationship that when we have higher inflows, it drives salinity down. So we had salinity that's been creeping up, and as John mentioned, the onset of the wet season was kind of late. So those levels got a bit higher than we'd like to see. With the inflows that we're seeing now, they're coming back down. And for the next 2 slides, for Biscayne Bay, for Florida Bay, and for the Everglades, we have a large storm coming. So what I'm showing you right now can be dramatically changed when I come back next month. So moving into the Everglades and looking at the water depth maps that we use, we see from last month to this month that when you look at the connectivity of Shark River Slough, it's a little drier than it was last month. And down in Taylor Slough, it's a little drier than it was last month. This area up here, this is where the Alley North colony is. That's still a bit dry. We're a little bit behind in our water depths within the Everglades, but I think that's going to change dramatically when the storm passes. So right now, there's nothing bad to report from the Everglades. Water levels are good. We're a little bit behind, but if we didn't get the rainfall that's coming, it might have us a little precariously perched as we go into the dry season, but we have a lot of wet season left in front of us. And the last slide is looking at Taylor Slough stages and Florida Bay salinities. And you see 30s and 20s all throughout the bay. We're within the inner quartile ranges. We're looking poised. We're doing very well. Typically at this time of year, you're getting lower values up here because there's more water coming in. But I said we're a little bit behind. But we're forecast to have between 6 to 10 inches of rain in this region. So that might change very rapidly. The one thing that the storm might do is come through here and create very turbid conditions. That's not going to result in a seagrass kill because that happens when we get hypersalinity. But in this part of the basin right over here where we did have the seagrass die off, there's one part that's a little slow in recovery. And if we get really turbid water, it's just going to kind of retard that recovery. It could slow it up a little bit more. So we'll keep our eye on that as we move forward. And I can come back next month and tell you what was produced by the storm and what conditions are at that time. So I thank you very much for your time.
Great picture. Are there any questions for Mr. Glenn? Thanks very much, Lawrence. Let's see, we're going to go now to discussion item, and item number 22 is construction projects. Mr. Shirkey. We saw how we planned all these things yesterday. Now you can show us how you're building them.
That's it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. So yes, we went through how the projects are planned and designed and teed up for construction. And so now I'll go through some of the construction status updates of what we're doing out in the field. As Drew mentioned earlier, and as you all are aware, good news is Old Tamiami Trail is now gone. So the road has been removed, and there was the completion that was celebrated recently, shown there in the picture, and 96% of the project is complete. The only 4% still remaining is basically disposing of that material that was removed from the road. And that road is being, or that material rather, is being repurposed in anticipation of a core project as a component of SEP, which will be filling of the L67 canal. And so another photo, kind of pre-project in the upper left, and then post-project in the lower left, and on the right-hand side, you can see the road is gone and water is successfully moving over the trail. Just to give some context to that project, so it works in conjunction with the Tamiami Trail raising. So with combination of the trail being raised and Old Tamiami Trail being removed, that removes an impediment to the water flowing south into the park. In conjunction with those two projects, the S333N structure, the new structure shown here on the right-hand side of the picture, is also newly completed. And so what that does is it doubles the amount of water that can be sent through this point to the area where those roads are being raised and removed, and again, sending more south, or sending more water south into Everglades National Park. In order to be able to send that additional water south, as you all are aware, the 8.5 square mile curtain wall was recently approved for construction, and it is now, I'm happy to report, underway, well underway. The big trencher and long reach excavator shown there in the pictures have arrived on site. And I just received the first blast video that happened yesterday. So blasting is occurring and the proof of concept section is being constructed. You can see the drill rigs there on site doing some work along the C358 canal, which is along the south side of the 8.5 square mile area. And as you recall, this consists of a 63-foot deep by 26-inch wide curtain wall. And as I mentioned, that test section, that 500-foot long test section is what's currently underway. Final completion for this project is scheduled for April of 2022, so a little under a year from now. Moving a little bit further north into the system, looking at the EAA reservoir and stormwater treatment area. There are several components of this project that are currently underway. Within the STA itself, the South Florida Water Management District is designing and constructing. You've got the outflow canal contract underway, and also the STA itself. While that's happening, the canal conveyance improvements to the Miami Canal and North New River Canal are undergoing modeling and preliminary design. That preliminary design is due in on October 1st of this year, so just a couple months from now. While that's going on, DOT is designing bridges here that will span over top of the inflow-outflow canal. And so DOT is doing that work. It's kind of in their area of expertise, so they're undertaking that concurrently.
Hey, Alan, can you get back to that one real quick? Or actually, maybe it's this one. Did I see that we're sort of behind schedule on one of these in the book that's got that sort of outlines of all the projects and the schedules of when we thought we were going to be there versus when we are there? Is it this one that was a little bit behind?
It might be another one of them. To my knowledge, this one is still on schedule.
Okay. I'll look and see. I'll find out.
Okay. And so the first construction contract that I mentioned, the inflow-outflow canal, that basically consists of constructing this blue section of inflow-outflow canal. And then, if you recall, recently we added a change order that clears and paves the way for FPL to put in a distribution line along this orange section. Ultimately, the Corps will come in and build out the rest of the canal along this orange section as part of their reservoir work. In the meantime, our contract shown in the blue will provide a means of feeding the stormwater treatment area so we can get some early benefits while the Corps does the reservoir contract. And you can see a progress photo there in the lower left. You can see the large inflow-outflow canal progress there, and then the smaller seepage canal immediately to the north and west. Final completion for this is scheduled October of next year.
Yeah, this is the one that's showing the original completion was September of this year, which may be
Oh, that's due to the change
a
order.
change order. That's why, it just, when you said change order.
And then moving on to the STA contract itself. So this is the contract that will construct cells 1, 2, and 3, all the associated control structures along the east side, which will provide inflow of the water to those cells. The control structures that will pull the water out of those cells over on the west side. And then the temporary inflow pump station located here at the northeast corner. And again, that temporary pump station will allow the STA to start functioning before the reservoir actually comes online. And so this was a $175 million contract, pretty early in going right now, but they are out there actively working. You can see some of the clearing operations in the upper left, and then some of the material processing that's going on in the lower left. And final completion for this project is due December of 2023. Associated with that is the work that the Corps is doing on the EAA reservoir itself. And so you can see some of the key contracts that they're planning on letting. They've got the inflow outflow canals, seepage canal and access roads. That's that kind of orange area that I mentioned before on the previous map. They've got the below grade features of the reservoir, which is the cutoff wall that goes down below existing grade. Then they've got the embankment spillways and outlet structures, which is the above ground improvements, the raising of the embankment, and then the associated control structures that go with it. And then finally, the seepage and inflow and main inflow pump stations. And you can see the planned completion dates associated with those features there. Ultimately, with a target date of March of 2029 for completion of everything. Moving into some components of restoration strategies that have been ongoing. So this is the L16 conveyance improvements, and the intent of this project is to widen and deepen the L16 all the way from the North New River Canal on the west side to the Hillsborough Canal on the east side. And what this project is designed to do is to provide additional operational flexibility to be able to send water, more water to the A1 FEB when it can take it. And large sections of this project are already completed. So segment 1, segment 2, and segment 3, including the jet farms and due to bridge replacements, are done. And currently, as we sit here today, segment 4 is under construction. So that's the yellow pieces that you see here, including the Boca Chica Bridge. While that work is going on out in the field, we're designing segment 5, including replacement of the Kennedy Bridge and the Star Farms Bridge. And so this is a progress shot of that segment 4 construction that I spoke about. It's roughly 70% complete as we sit here today. You can see some of the progress here at the top of the photo. And then work on the farm roads and seepage ditch here, closer to the center of the main photo. And then the Boca Chica Bridge is about 25% complete. You can see that starting to go in here in the lower left. And as I said before, segment 5 is currently in final design and technical review. Final completion for this segment is due January of 2022, and we would anticipate bringing an award before the board for segment 5, roughly about that same time frame. Moving on, continuing rather with restoration strategies, this is the STA 1 East cell 5 and 7 modifications. And so this is another water quality related project. Cells within STA 1 East, cells 5 and 7 had some topo issues that had to be straightened out. So this is a large land leveling exercise, all in the name of getting a good flat footprint that vegetation can grow on successfully and adding to the effective treatment area of that STA. And so cell 5 is already complete in terms of grading. You can see that pictured there. And cell 7 is roughly 80% complete. Notice to proceed on this project was back in April of 2020, and final completion is due June of 2022. Moving on to the STA 1 West refurbishments. This is similar in nature in that we're striving to achieve better water quality at STA 1 West. It's a little bit different from the previous project in that rather than a land leveling exercise, this is more an exercise of correcting flow direction for uniform flow direction and also getting rid of some short circuiting that's happening out at the existing STA 1 West. And so you can see some of the work being done here. Basically levees and spreader canals are being moved and reoriented to provide that good uniform flow direction. And then also, as I said, there's preferential flow paths that are being plugged so that water can't bypass the vegetation and go straight to the outlet of the STA. On the western flowway, the cell 2B and 4 levee removal is roughly 90% complete. And then the cell 3 regrading in the eastern flowway is roughly 90% complete. In the northern flowway, the cell 5B and 2A levee relocation is roughly 90% complete. And that canal fill is about halfway done. Total final completion of the entire project is due in May of 2022. Looking at STA 1 West expansion number 2, this is the triangular piece, the phase 2 portion of expansion of existing STA 1 West. If you recall, expansion number 1 was completed a couple years ago, and it butts right up against the western side of the existing STA 1 West. This piece is quite a ways to the south, and there's a connecting canal that has to be constructed. It's an above ground channel lined with concrete. And so it's going to take the water that's this map just shows the number 2 expansion. Number 1 expansion is far to the north. So there's several miles of connecting canal that are going to allow those 2 facilities to transfer water from one to the next. That's currently underway as part of the STA contract. And then if you look on the picture to the left, you're looking at this northwest corner of the STA looking east. You can see quite a bit of the earthwork along the perimeter is going on as we speak. And so this is a fairly new project early in the going. It's roughly a third complete, and final completion for this is due in October of 2022. Also associated with that same project are the inflow and outflow pump stations. So there's 2 inflow pump stations, one at the south end of expansion number 1, and then one at the north end of this STA itself. Both are needed to transfer water southward and then eventually up into this STA. This contract, there's a single contract that addresses both of those stations, and both of those stations are in similar condition. You can see there in the picture that the area has been cleared, excavated down to foundation, and sheet pile installation is beginning. And so that's likewise for both G780 and 781, the inflow stations. And then also the outflow pump station is in a similar condition, roughly 15% complete. As you can see there, the excavation is nearly done. And then the final completion for this is due December of 2022 with a consent order date, roughly about that same time frame.
Is that QBO? What does consent order mean in this context?
That's for the restoration strategies consent order milestone for that particular project.
Okay. So we got a 2-day buffer there.
Well, typically we consider a substantial completion as meeting the deadline. So we've got a couple months there rather than a couple days. But yes, it's going to be cutting it close. Moving on to STA 2, these are the refurbishments that Lawrence talked about. This is the big pond, the big open water pond labeled Western Regrade. And so the idea of this project is to shave down the high areas, use that fill for bringing up the elevations in the pond. And then also we'll need to import fill as well because that area is so large. And so we're roughly 30% complete with that earth moving exercise. Also associated with this project are Barrow Canal plugging here along the eastern levee of cell 2. That has yet to get underway, but that's part of the contract as well. Some photos. This is looking at that regrade area, the eastern regrade area, where we're shaving down material. And then this is the open pond. So you can see part of the open pond has already been filled. So all this dirt has gone into the open pond. Eventually, all of this open water will hopefully go away and it will become planted effective treatment area as well. Moving over to the west to the C-139 FEB. So this project is designed to act as a surge tank for STA 5.6 in the same manner that A1 FEB acts as a surge tank for STA 3.4 and STA 2. So water will be captured and then metered out in the correct amount to make the STA work better rather than getting dried out, as Lawrence mentioned. And so this is a new contract that just started back in February of this year. So it's roughly 12% complete. What they've been working on so far is primarily work at the inflow pump station located here, and then the outflow structure located here. They've also done a lot of clearing and burning on site, and they're getting started with the embankment work. So similar to A1 FEB, this project is designed to get some ancillary water quality benefit by the fact that the water has to enter here and go through. There's a divider levee that runs right through here. So the water has to come here, run all the way through this circuitous route before it discharges, getting filtered by vegetation all the way through. So similar to A1, where all the water gets pumped to the north end, has to filter all the way through to the south. Likewise, this water has to come in here, filter all the way through the facility before it's allowed to discharge. So even though it's not an STA, it's not highly managed like an STA, it is expected to provide some ancillary water quality benefit similar to A1. And so you can see some of that work going on that I mentioned, the clearing and pile driving there for the inflow pump station, and then likewise at the outflow control structure shown there on the left. Moving northward, looking at Lakeside Ranch. So the STA itself, both phases have been complete, STA North and STA South. And more recently, we've been working on the S191A pump station located here. And what this pump station does is it allows recirculation of water so that water can be treated redundantly, or lake water can be brought in and treated by the STA. And so there's a blow up at the location there shown at the left corner. And this project was recently completed. In fact, final completion inspection was just yesterday. But we've been able to operate the station for a while. It did achieve substantial completion a couple months ago. And so you can just see some progress photos there. This is back in September of 2019. And then this is what the facility looks like more recently. So this is looking at the intake side here, and then the discharge side to the north. In that same geographical area, we've got Nubbin Slough, seepage ditch repairs and levee repairs. So Nubbin Slough has been only partially filled. The STA has only been partially filled for several years due to deficiencies that were discovered along the west and south boundaries. This project of $2.5 million was issued to correct those problems so that the STA cells can be filled to their full capacity. For this particular project, we're nearing the end. Pretty much all the earthwork is done. All the stabilization is done. And so the only thing that's left is some ancillary fencing. And as we speak, the test fill of cells 1 and 2, well, cell 1 first and then cell 2 next, is ongoing. And so these are just some of the shots of the completed work. This is the discharge trench leading back from the facility to Nubbin Slough, and then you can see some of the repair work to the south levee and seepage ditch. Moving on to ASR. Also around the north end of Lake Okeechobee, we've got the ASR program being implemented. The several phases are going on simultaneously for ASR. Number one, the science plan is being worked on, and that has been posted as of June. We're also doing continuous cores in the area to get site-specific data on the types of features that will need to be implemented during design. Exploratory test wells treatment train evaluation, which is basically what happens to the water once it's above ground. It's got to be treated before it's put into the ground, similar to drinking water treatment train. And there's also refurbishment and activation of existing wells that were previously constructed that need to be upgraded in order to put them into operation. And while all that's going on, there's ecological studies in that science plan that I talked about, looking at various components of the plan and making sure the correct things are being done to implement as we go forward. And so this is just a typical layout of one cluster at C38 South. And so you've got clusters of wells shown in blue, and then monitoring wells to kind of keep track of what's going on below ground surface as the plan is implemented. And the idea of the ASR is simply knowing that this is the south end of the Kissimmee River right before it empties into Lake Okeechobee. The thought is capture that water that's not wanted in Lake Okeechobee that comes down the Kissimmee River, put it down into the ground, monitor it, and then during dry times, when water is needed, recover it later on. And so some of the activities that are going on are shown here in the pictures. You can see the continuous coring drilling. That's at L63N. So if I go back to the location slide, located right here near the intersection of Beeline and Highway 70. And so, as I said, several components of that program are ongoing. Moving over to the C44 reservoir and STA. Good news on this project is that the STA is up and running. We've got full permitting compliance to initiate full operations. And so all of this green part was recently completed. That's cells 1 through 6. The inflow canal was completed back in 2014, and the main inflow pump station was completed in December of 2018. Currently, the Corps is working on completing the reservoir itself, shown in blue, and that's nearing completion as we speak, expected to be completed next month, with filling of the reservoir to commence in November. And here's some shots of the completed stormwater treatment area. You can see cells 1 through 4 shown in the large picture, and then blow-ups of cells 5 and 6, the completed product there on the right. And then this is a shot of the reservoir itself, a panoramic view of the reservoirs of the Corps' reservoir contract, and then the completed main inflow pump station shown at the bottom. Moving over even further west to Picayune Strand. As you all aware, there's 3 pump stations that have been completed, but not necessarily operating aside from Merritt over here on the east side. You've got the Merritt pump station, the Faka Union pump station, and the Miller pump station. All of those have been completed. And there's a little bit of work left that needs to be implemented prior to turning on the last pump station. In fact, only recently was this Faka Union pump station turned on by Colonel Roman. And so what you see here in blue is the area of full hydrologic restoration that's been occurring since the Merritt has been in operation. And what we expect to see as these pump stations begin to operate, the Faka and the Miller, is that the spread of that full hydrologic restoration would eventually move westward and encompass the entire project area. Before we can turn on the Miller, there's still some work that has to be done on the southwest protection features. There's some degradation of trams and roads, and then some filling of canals that still has to occur, and the Corps is undertaking that work. And so here's some pictures of that progress. You can see Colonel Roman turning on Faka Union pump station there in the upper left. You can see the clearing that's being done on the southwest protection feature. And then you can see some of the canal plugging that's going on there on the right-hand side of the picture. And as Mr. Butler mentioned, Kissimmee River restoration construction has reached completion. And so obviously that included the backfill of the channelized Kissimmee River back to a natural meandering floodplain. And so the ecological benefits of that are already being realized. I've been up there myself, alligator hunting, and there's there's lots of gators, fish, ducks. It's pretty impressive. So obviously a big celebration that project is complete. Kind of bouncing around a little bit geographically here. Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, there's 3 components of that project that are either done or in various states of progress. You've got the Deering Estate area to the north, Cutler Wetlands in the middle, and then the L31 East Flowway features to the south. Deering Estate was completed back in 2012, so it's been in operation for quite a while, that pump station. And then Cutler Wetlands is currently in design, the improvements there that will basically branch out the flow through the mangroves adjacent to the bay. We're looking to complete that design in June of 2022 and construct between 2022 and 2025. And then the Corps is undertaking the L31 East components. There's 10 culverts moving water from west to east that were previously completed back in 2018, shown in yellow there. And then the U.S. or the Corps of Engineers has several contracts left to be let in the coming years to finish out that work on the south end. And here's some photos of work at Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands. This is the existing Deering Estate pump station that I mentioned that was completed back in 2012. And then in the upper left, in the upper right, you've got construction work happening on the S705 and 709 pump stations. Last but not least, the C43 reservoir. So this is our big one. This is $500 million plus contract. Actually, there's 2 packages that are still being worked on out there as we speak. Construction on this project started back in November of 2015. It's over 10,500 acres with 170,000 acre feet of storage. Average depth of the facility is 17 feet of above ground water. So you've got 19 miles worth of dam embankment, 15 miles of perimeter canal, 14 different water control structures, and improvements to the Townsend Canal that feeds the system. So the main inflow pump station, package 3, right now we've made quite a bit of progress. As you can see there, the contract is about 80% complete. The main superstructure is in place. The roofing installation is ongoing. The discharge pipes are installed. You can see the progress that's been made on the intake channel there. So the intake channel is largely constructed. The riprap is being put into place. And those improvements to the Townsend Canal that I mentioned are complete. And so final completion on this contract is due in May of next year. And so this is the main inflow pump station that will feed water, take water from the C43 canal and feed it into the reservoir. And then the big contract, the $500 million plus contract that I mentioned, is package 4. And so this is the construction of the embankment and the associated control structures. And so what you see there in the picture is the below ground work, kind of similar to what the Corps is going to be doing at the EAA reservoir. We're doing at C43. So there's a cutoff wall that's got to be installed below existing grade. So that work is being done there in the picture prior to the embankment coming up out of the ground and going vertical. And so that's that embankment placement. The soil bentonite installation is what forms that cutoff wall. The perimeter canal has been excavated. And then that dam foundation preparation is going on. Meanwhile, work at the various control structures, concrete work is going on at those 4 structures listed. Just to refresh your memory, this was issued notice to proceed back in June of 2019, and substantial completion is due in December of 2023. And so as we sit here today, we're roughly a third complete. And so this is just a photo of that soil bentonite being placed into the trench. What happens is prior to this placement, there's actually a surveyed elevation of the existing bottom of trench. Once all that material is placed into the trench, it's resurveyed to verify the thickness of that soil bentonite wall is what it needs to be prior to moving on to the next phase, bringing it upward. And Wanted to give a shout out to my project managers. Real quick, VJ Mishra, Tim Harper, Andrew Codd, Dennis Purdy, Robert Fitzpatrick, Tom McKenzie, Jennifer Gent, Buff Cersey, Ashi Akpaji, Holly Jarvinen, Joe Albers, Tom McKernan, and Octavio Castillo. And I mentioned those folks, number one, because they helped me put this presentation together. But number two, and far more importantly, they're the ones that are out there on site every day, living and breathing, working these projects, driving schedule, scope, and budget. And they're the ones that really deserve the credit for moving these things forward. And so with that, be happy to take any questions.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Sturkey. To you and to your team, please thank them for us, both for the presentation and their ongoing work day to day. It's amazing how much you've got on your plate and how much they have on their plate. A lot of moving pieces.
I have one question.
Mr. Bergeron.
I'm hard of hearing. Can you repeat all that again?
That's two questions.
I'm a little out of breath. So.
No, I'd like to say, I've been in the construction business for 57 years. And it's amazing the amount of projects. I'm very, very excited and really want to compliment you and your staff. Yeah, this is amazing. You got as much work going on as DOT across the whole state of Florida. And all positive to save the Everglades and have drinking water. So just want to thank our staff and you too, Alan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo his remarks. I mean, it's incredible what the project managers do and what they accomplish and keep up with. And I'd like to say thank you as well. I have a question regarding something that I haven't heard about in a while, and that's the water quality component for the Caloosahatchee Reservoir. Do you have an update on that? Is that your lane or is that somebody else's?
Yes, that's moving forward. You're talking about the alum injection at the C43 reservoir?
Yes, the separate water quality component that we're addressing after that study was done and everything, yes.
Yeah, so the separate water quality component is moving forward in planning. So that still is ongoing. And then at the same time, we've got design going underway for the alum injection at the reservoir itself. So both of those features are still moving forward. I don't know, Jen, if you've got a more specific update on the separate feature.
Yeah, so that was a great update, Alan. Next month, we'll be having a public meeting to kind of give the results of the final study for the post reservoir treatment. And so that's moving forward. We're putting some final talking points and clarification on some of the areas that stakeholders had questions and concerns about. And so we'll be presenting that publicly soon. I don't have the date. I was quickly trying to scan my calendar for it, but I didn't find it quite yet, but I know it's in the next month or so.
So there's treatment in the reservoir and then there's a separate water quality component that the study is not complete yet?
No, the study is complete on both parts. So we did it's like a treatment train concept. So an in reservoir component of the treatment as well as post reservoir component of the treatment. And so the post reservoir, the in reservoir portion has to do with alum, injecting alum at the pump station to the reservoir. And that's to prevent, algae growing in the reservoir, which wouldn't help anybody out. And then that post reservoir treatment, there were some questions you might recall that Lee County had about using some of the land that they had available, and we wanted to be able to fully address some of the questions that people brought in the last meeting. And so that's what we wanted to make sure that we had well prepared to be able to fully answer those questions in a way that everybody would understand, because although Lee County was familiar with the questions they were asking, the rest of the public isn't. And so we wanted to make sure that we could fully describe those answers to everybody.
Okay, great. Thanks for the update. I appreciate it.
Do you know which basin I'm thinking it's 191, the Taylor Slough and Lakeside Ranch, that's all part of that basin. isn't it? And I just think what might be, if it is, or if I'm close, and maybe Mr. Mitnick can help me. I think like that's an example of doing these projects like around a hotspot, kind of, which is a helpful thing for the BMP situation and the model that I think we're trying to follow. So do you know?
I believe Lakeside Ranch does take water from S-191. John knows better running operations, but I believe it does take some of that water, yes.
Yeah, Lakeside Ranch treats water from S-191, that basin. And more importantly, there are a number of other projects that we've implemented over the years, even in cooperation with the Corps of Engineers within that basin. One of them, Alan touched on, is the Nubbin Slough. Through those repairs that we had done. That was originally a critical project that was constructed by the Corps of Engineers. There's also the Taylor Creek STA a little bit farther up in the basin that was constructed as part of the critical projects and precursors to SERP. So over the years, there have been a number of different efforts starting in 2000 with the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act and the Lake Okeechobee Construction Project, which eventually evolved into what a lot of Jennifer Reynolds staff do now in the Northern Everglades Estuaries and Protection Acts that develop the river watershed plans. So there are a number of projects that have been implemented over the years, Lakeside being the biggest and largest to date. But there are other treatment areas within even just S-191 basin.
Thank you.
I can add a little bit to that as well. So you might recall that last year we did some workshops and talked about these hotspots and talked about the projects that we had ongoing, and then took additional input from the public. And so S-191, S-54, S-154, and S-154C were three of those areas, all in that geographic region that you're talking about. They're all hotspot areas within the Lake Okeechobee watershed. And since that time, what we have done is we have focused a lot of effort on those hotspots and making sure that we're working with both FDACS and DEP to take a look at the projects and the activities that all three of our agencies have ongoing. And so that's also why the Innovative Technologies Project, that is also targeting the S-191 basin, and also why the project that we had, that we put the solicitation out for the Lower Kissimmee Stormwater Treatment Area and Innovative Technology Project, that large project that we're still in negotiations on. That project also targeted the areas that were identified as these hotspots. And so I feel like I have this huge knot in my stomach from you talking earlier, because I feel really badly that we haven't communicated well enough, that you feel like you understand what we're doing, but we're absolutely doing exactly that. We are looking at these hotspots that we have identified from the monitoring. We are prioritizing our projects in those. We're working really hard to complete the projects we have. We're pressuring our sister agencies to make sure that their projects are working. We're coercing them to go out and do more investigations and send us the monitoring results so that we can compare that against our monitoring results. And so I'm looking forward to being able to bringing that information to you so you can get a clearer picture in the months to come.
Thank you so much. And you are the last person I ever want to have a knot in your stomach. Thank you very much. I know it's just sometimes you all are scientists. We're just regular people, and the people who watch these meetings, you know what I'm saying, are generally speaking. And so it just, sometimes I think we can never over communicate, we can never over communicate. So I'm sorry I was harsh, and thank you for all of your work. And we're so happy you're here. I apologize if I was harsh. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted you to know that the staff really is working hard to meet those goals. They are losing sleep at night over the same things that you're losing sleep over.
Thanks, Ms. Reynolds. Any other questions for Mr. Shirkey? If not, we'll go to public comment.
I do not have any for this item, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Shirkey.
Thank you.
We'll move on to staff reports, and it looks like Jennifer Smith is going to be giving a report for Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and governing board members. The monthly financial statement in your packet and the one that will be posted on the district's website is through the month of June 30th, 2021. As for revenue highlights, we collected 37 million during the month of June. Of that 37 million, 27 million is from state appropriated funds for Everglades restoration as reimbursements from DEP. We collected an additional 5.6 million in ad valorem taxes. So the ad valorem tax collection rate is at 98.5%. We've collected 295 million out of the 299 million budgeted. So currently, other than investment earnings, we are on track for revenue collections. On the expenditure side, we've expended 79 million in June, mostly in restoration and O&M. That's all I have for you.
Thanks, Ms. Smith. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Ms. Ansay,
I don't have anything for you. Thank you.
you used your time. Thank you. Do we have general public comment?
We do, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Ernie Barnett.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, executive team, Ernie Barnett with the Florida Land Council, and I would have been remiss if I didn't get up to speak and wanted to thank you, Jackie, for speaking up earlier about the BMP program. And I was very buoyed by your interest, your comments, and your recognition of the great work that's being done in the EAA. And I was a little disappointed, Drew, I'll just be honest, in the staff's response. Whoops, aided by music. For dramatic effect. I'll pose a rhetorical question and ask staff and everyone here, is EPA a partner in restoration? The answer is yes. Is DEP a partner in restoration? The answer is yes. U.S. Fish and Wildlife? The answer is yes. All of them regulate your activities, but you partner in moving forward because you're all working together toward restoration goals. The EAA farmers, although they're regulated by the district, view themselves as full partners in restoration. We support your funding. We go to Washington. We go to Tallahassee. We ask for support for full funding for Everglades restoration. We do joint research on restoration. We do everything possible we can to move the projects forward. And we view ourselves as partners. So this isn't a regulated relationship. It should be a full partnership. So year after year, when you're achieving a 58% load reduction, it's worthy of celebration. This is not an ERP compliance, an NPDS permit. This is us working alongside your staff to move the ball forward in restoration. So I ask in future years, we fill this room up with farmers who are every day implementing BMPs, not just south of the lake, but northeast and west of the lake as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Switching to the virtual, I have Drew Martin, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Hello, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much for recognizing my phone number. That's very nice of you. This is Drew Martin. I'm the Conservation Chair for the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. And I really appreciated the staff reports today. Very thorough, and I do appreciate Ms. Lippish's comments. And I think it's important. I mean, we have to understand what is the EAA. The EAA was the river of grass, and we've kind of drained that and turned it into farmland. And I'm sure the farmers are doing everything they can, but the reality is we still have altered the system significantly. And we see, and I think we're seeing around the earth with the IPCC report and the various changes in climate, that we may have to take more drastic actions to repair some of the things we've done. Now, we can still have farming in the EAA, but it may look different than it looks today. And it may, and a lot of that income may come from using that land as a resource to hold water. The crops may have to be, more inundated with water, and the runoff will have to be less full of nutrients than it is today. I mean, the majority of the STAs that we've established are there to handle the runoff from cropland, but they're not doing the job that many environmentalists would like to see, and that is they're not cleaning up the water from Lake Okeechobee and sending it south. And that water is still being dumped in emergency situations to the estuaries, causing a lot of damage, as well as in some cases to Lake Worth Lagoon as well. So we may need to look at something, a more global approach as to how we can change how things are done. That may require a workshop, but I think it begins with Ms. Lippish's, Jackie Thurl Lippish's comments, because I think she is saying, you know, we need to look at this and communicate. And it's not that staff isn't doing everything they can, because we know staff is working under constraints and in working with those constraints. I just want to check on my time. Am I have any more time left?
You have about 20 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. So I really appreciate her comments, and I think they're important. I don't think staff should feel that they're being denigrated, because staff is working under constraints, and they're doing everything they can. But we may need to change the approach in the future. Just as around the rest of the world, we may need to change the approach of how things are done. So thank you again. I really appreciate the time and allowing the public stakeholders to participate in this meeting virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Mike Elfenbein.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here again. I've got 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to make the best of it. I often sing this agency's praises at the governing board level and at the staff's level. You have heard my voice on almost every single governing board meeting that you have had in your tenure as governing board members. I have participated fully in everything that I possibly can as a stakeholder, as an interested person involved in trying to solve our environmental issues in Florida, specifically in the district. I have taken time out of my life and my family's lives to share with you the knowledge I have of the system, the stakeholders in the system. I served on the RAC for several years for the previous board under the previous governor's administration. And for the last 14 months, I have all but stood on a rooftop and screamed to you all that we have a solution for nutrient pollution in Lake Okeechobee. And even as recently as last week, I sent all of you an email highlighting the issues that were highlighted today with nutrient loads in the STAs. Even expressed to you that staff at the district has reached out requesting help with the technology, the innovative technology that you all claim to be looking for. I have attended countless meetings where everybody says we're all working together, looking for innovative technologies to address nutrient pollution in Lake Okeechobee. To this day, it has not been addressed. I am frustrated. I don't have much hair left on my head. That's genetics, but if I did, I'd have pulled it all out by now. I'm just a guy trying to contribute to the solutions that all of you sit on boards and talk about for year after year after year ad nauseum. And I watch none of them or few of them ever get solved. Money get wasted on things that don't work. I'm begging you. I am asking you to please take the time to address the solutions I proposed to you that have been supported by 17 municipalities in your district, the scientists at University of Florida who have published the peer-reviewed science on the lake, the nutrient loads in the lake. You have not engaged with me at that level, and I'm having a hard time understanding why. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Laura Reynolds, you're recognized to speak, followed by Paul Gray.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hear you, Ms. Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make a few brief comments. One is I'm very happy to hear that you're focused on nutrient input as a main issue. I think that's very important. And of course, we can't forget that as we move forward with restoration. I also wanted to, cheerlead those that have mentioned a main goal of restoration being to reduce nutrient inputs and also restoring seagrass and bringing back ecosystem function. And to that end, I just want to correct something that I keep hearing in multiple meetings. The driving factor of seagrass, especially on the East Coast, is nutrient input. It is not salinity. So that is something that is prevalent in the literature. I'd be happy to share that information with the district, but over and over again, I hear that salinity drives the success of seagrass. And that is really not true. First, what happens is the phosphorus load, especially on the East Coast, is really impacting what species of seagrass is there and how it can thrive or not thrive, or whether it can compete with macroalgae or not. And salinity is important. It is a driving factor, but it is not the main driving factor. And so I just want to correct that and then provide to anyone literature, if necessary, to just make sure that we're really focused on what is driving seagrass success moving forward. And I certainly would be glad to have that conversation or send that information along. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Paul Gray, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, am I with you?
You are, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Paul Gray from Audubon. Thanks, board members, for your discussions today. With Lake Okeechobee and our nutrient problems, obviously they're really bad and we have these algae blooms. And if you look at the Basin Management Action Plan, which is the one that's supposed to meet our nutrient goal, DEP in the last 5-year update said they don't have a plan to meet the goal by the year 2034, which was the deadline. And so we've got this problem and we don't know how to get there. And similarly, your Northern Everglades and the Estuary Protection Plan, it's got storage goals for north of the lake to try to smooth out lake levels. The latest number, I think, is this 900,000 acre feet, but we don't have a roadmap of how are we going to get to 900,000 acre feet? What combination of distributed or reservoir or wells or whatever would do that? And of course, in order to clean the water, we have to store it first, because like after Irma, we got 1.5 million acre feet in the lake in just 30 days. And, there's no way we can clean that much water. So storage is the first step in cleaning. And we don't know how to do it. And so when we look at your strategic plan and it mentions the Northern Everglades, maybe one of the things you guys should consider is how would we make a better plan for Lake Okeechobee? And this was brought up in the UF Water Institute reports that we don't really know how to get to where we want to get on Okeechobee. And it's that combination, the treatment train idea that Lawrence talked about, of BMPs and regional treatment and storage and stuff like that. And so if we could try to think about how could we get a more cohesive plan, because right now we're just kind of drifting around and doing a project here and there, but we don't really have anything concerted. And obviously no one wants to stay in this algae problem indefinitely. And it's a big problem, it's a long-term problem, but without a plan, we're just not making progress. So please consider that. We will send you more coherent comments on how that might be incorporated into a strategic plan of what we can do to better understand Okeechobee and its restoration moving forward. And by the way, the Kissimmee River restoration celebration was just wonderful. I was so happy to see you guys there, and that's one really good project in the watershed. So thank you.
Thank you. Benita Whalen, you're recognized to speak, followed by Eve Samples.
Good afternoon. This is Benita Whalen. I'm the Water and Environmental Manager for the Florida Cattlemen's Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to mention how much I enjoyed the workshop yesterday. I didn't have the opportunity to speak. I was actually out in the field and not able to comment, but I did want to follow up by saying that I think some of the public I think there's an opportunity for some of the public projects that are being undertaken through the public input process and with landowners that, landowners that have been out there for generations, they have seen the system through, a lot of extremes. And I think there's some benefit in really listening and getting that input and factoring that into some of the projects and operational plans that are being proposed. So I would just encourage that be done maybe with a little bit more focus and seriousness in the future. I do want to follow up on Mr. Butler's comments. There are differences in the watersheds, as we all know, that everybody mentioned. Some are very much managed with, diked and pump systems, and some are more natural systems like north of the lake where, wetland and sluice systems connect all of the properties, as Mr. Butler mentioned. I'm happy to hear about the interagency relationships that, everybody's working together and pooling resources and asking questions of each other. And I think that's going to help strengthen the performance of the agencies and moving forward. I think everybody would agree with that. As far as the BMP estimate, unfortunately, north of the lake, there's not a true pre-BMP implementation data set, which makes BMP performance and combination of BMP performance difficult. But there is information on individual projects, studies done by the agencies that appear to indicate that BMP performance is somewhere in the range of 20 to 25% in that watershed. I appreciate your time this afternoon. And again, we look forward to working together, as Paul Gray said, on this long-term effort and to be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. Eve Samples, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Eve Samples with Friends of the Everglades. I'd listened to your discussion this morning about LOSUM and didn't have an opportunity to chime in at the time, but I just wanted to acknowledge that this was a really pivotal week for the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, as you all know, and therefore it was a pivotal week for the future of the greater Everglades ecosystem and all the people who depend on it. We at Friends of the Everglades were encouraged by some of the Army Corps' proposed optimizations announced on Monday, especially raising Zone A in the lake schedule, which may need to be paired with a recovery mode, and also modifying Zone F, which we believe should lead to removing it altogether so we can send water south all the way down to the water shortage management band. And then using these two methods to reduce damaging flows to the Caloosahatchee and maintain reductions to the St. Lucie as presented in the original form of alternative CC. I know we're not calling it CC from here on out. We hear some public commenters at these governing board meetings talk about what's not possible with LOSUM, but we're really thinking about what is possible. And we at Friends of the Everglades think it is possible to create a LOSUM that significantly reduces the risk of physically transmitting toxic algae via Lake Okeechobee discharges to populated communities. Earlier today during public comment, you heard a University of Miami researcher talk about efforts to find participants to further understand the health impacts of harmful algal blooms. And he's just one of many researchers working to pin down exactly how toxic algae harms us. But we don't have to wait for additional conclusive science. We do have sufficient evidence to know it's critical to prevent public exposure over certain limits. So let's focus on what is possible in LOSUM. It is possible for the Army Corps to be true to its mission, which calls for delivering engineering solutions to, quote, reduce disaster risk. And we've been heartened in recent weeks and months even to see Colonel Kelly talking about that. And we're encouraged to see Colonel Booth looking to follow in his footsteps. As all of you know, the Army Corps can't do this alone. It needs the South Florida Water Management District to help identify solutions, particularly for sending as much water south. down to zone F and down to that water shortage management band. So we just ask that you really keep your eye on the ball in this home stretch of Losum and work to make it a better lake plan and prevent future disasters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, we have Suzanne Martin.
Okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, we hear you.
Hey, this is Scott Martin, Suzanne's husband, representing A-Flow, and what I'm speaking on her behalf. We've been listening to the meetings today. Appreciate all the hard work everybody's fighting for on the lake, and we're here to talk about the lake a little bit. You know, one of our main concerns, obviously, is protecting Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee is a lake that's very dear to us, and there's many people that live around our lake, many communities that rely on Lake Okeechobee and the tourism and the fishing and the wildlife. And as I listen to these meetings, I'm just very concerned about the water levels on Lake Okeechobee. I'm very concerned, I know we all are around Lake Okeechobee, very concerned about the water levels having low water. So what's going to happen then is we're going to lose some of our filter marshes. A lot of our filter marshes are going to grow in with Brazilian pepper trees and a lot of non-natives. And we're going to lose our filter that we have in the lake that is so important to the water quality in Lake Okeechobee. And also, I'm very concerned about the water levels on the high side. We have been fighting to increase the submerged vegetation acreage in Lake Okeechobee for years. We used to have hundreds of thousands of acres of submerged vegetation. And 3 or 4 years ago, I think we got all the way down to 5,000 acres. We're currently around 40,000 plus or minus submerged vegetation, and we need to protect that. So we're very concerned about a high lake, holding the lake high. Holding the lake too high is going to drown out all of our vegetation, and that's going to kill the filter that Lake Okeechobee needs to clean its own water. What I don't want to have happen, and I want to encourage people on the East Coast and the West Coast and everybody in between, is that we have to treat Lake Okeechobee as the jewel that it is, not a reservoir to hold water, but to protect the water that's in our lake so we can have better water and better water quality going south and east and west when it needs to. The other thing that I want to bring up and really concerned about that I'm not hearing many people talk about is the ASR wells. We talk about projects north of the lake. We talk about the projects east and west and south and all around, but we need to really focus on the ASR wells so we can divert some of that water that's coming into Lake Okeechobee and store it. And that will obviously reduce the discharges to the east and west, which is our main goal. We want to protect the entire South Florida. We love Stewart, we love the West Coast, and we also love Lake Okeechobee. But we cannot treat Lake Okeechobee as a reservoir, as just a holding tank. And we have to protect the resources that are in the lake. There's many families, myself included, that depend on Lake Okeechobee. And Lake Okeechobee is one of the most famous lakes in the country. And I hope we don't lose sight of that because, as people on the East Coast and the West Coast and some people in between that don't think Lake Okeechobee is that important, there are millions of people that come to the state of Florida a year to visit Lake Okeechobee and to see its beauty. And we have to protect it and manage the water levels properly. That's going to protect our wildlife and our submerged vegetation.
Mr. Morris, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yep. And so I just encourage everyone with this new plan to look at ways to help on the high side of the water and to help on those lower levels as well. We do not want to lose our vegetation, and we do not want to lose our navigation, and we do not want to lose the jewel of Florida.
We thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michael Connor. Mr. Connor, if you could unmute your mic.
Yes, hi, thanks. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't have a chance to comment this morning. Thought we had comment at 9:30, and I know there was meetings that delayed all that, but I'm glad to get a chance this afternoon. Have been following Losum. By the way, I'm Evan the Riverkeeper, Executive Director based in Stewart, Florida. And following Losum very closely, laser focused like all of us have. Part of the purpose of Losum is to reduce harm to both the St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, and also the Florida Bay estuaries. To do that, it dawns on me, I think we have to look at the fact we still need more water storage and greater conveyance south whenever weather allows that possible. During the wet season or times it'd be impossible, but during much of the year we have to convey more water south. Gulf residents right now, we're very close with a lot of friends over there. They're kind of rattling the sabers a little bit over Plan CC without really great optimization, and I understand that very much. It just seems to me that LOSUM at this point where we are has proven that someone is going to take more discharges than they'd like. And that's because there is a lack of storage. At this point in time, I'd like to wonder when will the district and Corps look at the possibility of changing the allocation of storage in the existing STAs, which are taxpayer paid projects. As I understand it, the lion's share of water does come off the EAA into those STAs first before they go to WCAs. But we really need to have direct access for lake water in the STAs we have. And secondly, it may be possible, may be necessary, vital down the road once LOSUM is in place and we still have perhaps 50% harm at both estuaries during the wet season. The improvements might not be good enough because, again, of too much water. Is there a possibility of taking back state lands that are leased to the growers, a portion of that land, to create more retention for more water storage? We have to find it somewhere in the system. It's not going to come out of thin air. So my thoughts are just get as much land back as possible to take care of this. This is a very vital thing we're talking about. As of Lake O, Scott Martin mentioned, the higher operational stages suggested in LOSUM are very troubling to me. I feel that is a problem. I don't like the idea of a lake being operated up to 17 feet. That's a high lake, and in our experience, a high lake means high discharges. So I think, and also for the ecology of the lake, I think it's a drastic measure, a drastic idea to hold the lake that high. And I really think that's a shortcoming of LOSUM as well. And I do appreciate the time this afternoon as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Mark Perry, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. I so appreciate too your workshop yesterday. I think it was a good understanding, and staff did a great job along with the Corps to present the comprehensive Everglades restoration planning, and particularly integrated delivery schedule, ideas of projects and programs that are moving forward. And as we move forward to this 2022 year, these projects are looking forward as we look at over 68 components of SERP and $21 billion. It's a long haul, and we've only got a couple of those in the queue for next year. But one of the things that has been brought up, the LOSUM, the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, is our opportunity to really look at operations, not large regional projects to help solve problems, as well as looking at the operations of our current projects and programs. And that's really the work the district and the Corps can help work together on and get things going for that water course. The River Grass used to flow south at about 2.74 billion gallons a day, and now it's down to about 187 million gallons a day. That's only like 93% reduction in that flow south. So we really need to get that water from Lake Okeechobee should be flowing south. And now's our opportunity to try to make that happen more so than discharging it and releasing it to these northern estuaries and causing so much damage. So we're hoping and working with the Corps and you all as a district in this operational efforts of these water control plans in Lake Okeechobee and all of the projects, the EA storage reservoir and other projects, and how to better do that. I'm glad you brought up all about BMPs and are learning so much more about that. I appreciate the governing board learning and understanding what's going on with BMPs or not going on, and how we need to get our water quality correct in the basins north and the watershed 2.6 million acres north of Lake Okeechobee, and as well as south of the lake. And all of these areas need that water quality improvements. So we need that storage and treatment in all of these areas to be on the private lands before they run off into works of the district or run off south into the Everglades. We need to have those flows corrected and the water quality corrected and stop the pollution at the source which is through BMPs. And if they're not working, let's do some regulation to make it through perhaps a revised 40E61, which could be happening perhaps this year. So let's all keep diligent. I'm working with the state legislature convening shortly and working with the Corps as they work through the LOSUM process. I appreciate everybody's input and especially the work of the district here and our common goals and objectives moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands for this item.
Thanks, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. We'll go now to board member comment. Ben, I'll start with you. You're no candy.
No candy. Sean, 352, like you said, we can take a light agenda and turn it into a 4 o'clock meeting.
Oh, we're not there yet.
I just want to say, I appreciate the discussion we had earlier. If we're living in our comfort zone, we're not getting better. And that's, and I know that hopefully everybody has that attitude and appreciation. And I've always appreciated Jackie and Mr. Bergeron's discussions, and look forward to many more and results.
Thanks, Colonel Roman.
Nothing.
Mr. Bergeron?
I'll make it very brief. It's an honor to sit with all the best board members in the world and the best staff in the world and the best stakeholders in the world. And I will say that we've looking at all these projects that are going on. It's just totally amazing. There's a lot of positive things going on. And I think as we communicate with our federal partners and all the stakeholders and our staff that we're going to really continue to move forward. And long live the Everglades.
You're here. Mr. Olypich?
I just want to thank everybody for a great meeting. And since Ben brought it up, being out of your comfort zone is a good thing. I think it is, so long as we remain civil to one another. And with that in mind, I hope that the South Florida Water Management District will remain engaged on LOSUM, especially with a new Army colonel, and that we will continue to work through our discomfort zone for a better water future.
Thanks, Ms. Meads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree that all stakeholders are in favor of and are partners in restoration, and that we're making progress at warp speed because we are in fact partners in that effort. And we can agree that it's been decades in the work and that it'll take many, many years to finish. And that's why I think the conversation of shared adversity is so important to us here in this process. As we move forward toward restoration, shared adversity, some stakeholders in our district are in crisis and have been in crisis for many, many years. And other stakeholders are in a much better situation, a much more stable and successful situation. I believe when we talk about negotiating and sharing adversity to reduce the suffering and the damage to the stakeholders in crisis, there isn't perhaps the same willingness to partner. I hope I'm wrong about that. I believe that we care about one another. We care about South Florida. We care about restoration. We care about one another. I hope that I'm right about that. I believe that we can and that we will do better. Thank you so much, Chairman. I'm grateful.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. Mr. Steinle?
No comment, Mr. Chair. I look forward to seeing everybody in person next month.
Look forward to seeing you too. Is anyone else on? No, I'll close up. I was just struck, I want to say one thing by Mr. Shirky's presentation, and that's just how much we rely on the STAs. And when he showed all those pictures, I knew we were working on a lot of STAs, but I didn't really realize until he started showing the pictures of what work on the STAs means. It's not, like changing your garden around. I mean, it's real work. And so I'm looking at, we've got another, year and a half of real work on those STAs before they're able to do what they're supposed to be doing. And then I'm looking also a lot of the deadlines, and that was the reason I was paying attention to them, December of 23 is going to be a really good month for us. We've got LOSUM coming online, I think is what I heard the Colonel say. We've got C43, finished. Then we've got the A2 STA, the AASTA finished then. I mean, it's going to be, the next 2 years are going to be amazing here. So keep up the great work, everyone. If there's nothing else from anyone, we're adjourned.